Guys, it's an exciting night tonight. We have Erik Kramer on as our guest, and I'm really not sure that we should waste much time with this cold opener. So, Walt, let's just kick this show off.
You down with PCP? Yeah, you know me. Yeah, you know me. You down with PCP? Yeah, you know me. Yeah, you know me. You down with PCP? Yeah, you know me. Yeah, you know me. You down with PCP? Yeah, you know me. Yeah, you
If Erik is on here with us right now, he'd be dancing with me. I know none of you guys will.
I think Eric's a smart man, smart enough not to dance like you.
You almost danced like
That's why he chose to not be here for the opener, I thought.
Guys, I just want to remind everybody, this is kind of new for me, but we're now presented by BetUS. So go check out BetUS, every sports bettor's favorite sports book. I'm reading this off of a teleprompter. They have a bunch of great perks and exceptional service. Use the link in the description of the show to get 125% sign-up bonus. Place your sports bets with BetUS. I'll get this down eventually. Guys, I'm very excited tonight that we have a very special guest tonight, Erik Kramer. I can't wait to talk to him, so let's just bring him on.
Absolutely, man.
Oh, you guys screwed that up.
Welcome.
He gets the smallest window. There you go.
No problem. You should have put me right next to Shorty if I'm in the smallest window. How we doing tonight, kids?
Excellent.
Good.
Yeah, I've been trying to think of a million ways to start this show because it's just an honor to have you on. And I think the best way I came up with was that just to get it out of the way. In 1995, your record season for the Chicago Bears, I worked for the Bears. I have the field pass as proof. I worked in the media, or I'm sorry, in the press box. I had to run off stats of every quarter and hand them out to Erik Kramer and Mark Giangreco and all those guys, you know. And because of that perk, we got to go on the field. We got to go into the locker room. We stayed with you for a week in training camp. In 1995, we stayed in your dorm rooms. We ate our meals with you. I almost got my legs taken out by a tackle from a pass that you threw. I think it was Jeremy Lincoln that was tackling Curtis Conway or something. It's the Bear fandom that is in me has grown from all those kinds of experiences like that. And for me to be sitting here talking to you, and all of us to be sitting here talking to you tonight is it's crazy how the world works. So just thank you for joining us.
My pleasure, man. I appreciate the setup. That's going back a ways. That was, those are back in the Platteville, Wisconsin days, back in training camp. And I was as you start talking about that season, do you remember, I can't remember, it was a Monday night game or we played Pittsburgh. It was a night game. Mm-hmm. And Kevin Butler kicked the field goal, and that north end zone, remember there was kind of that, not a cutout, but it kind of went back into the stands behind the goalpost.
Yeah.
So Kevin Kevin kicks it, and some guy literally jumps out of the seat, which is, he must have had a 50-foot drop, and he fell on a security guy. Oh. That's why he didn't die or shatter both legs and ends up the next night on David Letterman.
I remember that clearly. He actually did get hurt on that jump too, though, Erik. He did have knee problems because of that.
He deserved to, but I mean that's certainly not a well thought out plan, but it worked out for him.
Erik, I want to ask you. Speaking of memories of that era, the one time that I went into the locker room was after a loss to the Lions. You were quarterbacking the game. It was a 17-24 loss, and I would like to know if you remember. My memory is, I'm going to use this pass. I'm going to go into the locker room tonight. I'm doing it. And I remember as I was walking to the locker room, I see you sitting outside in the hallway. I've told this story before on the show about this locker room experience, and you were sitting out in the hallway up against the wall with your helmet still on and your helmet in your heads, and you were just sitting there, just like you were so upset about that loss. And I remember as I was walking in, looking at you, and I was like, man, I felt so bad for you. And then I walk into the locker room, and all I saw was naked men everywhere, and I was like, "Oh, I should not be here." And then I turned around, and Dave Wanstead was like, "I'm 6'2", and Dave Wanstead was like, he's like, "What are you doing in here, kid?" And I was like, I was leaving." He's like, do you have a press pass?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, I have this." He's like, "Are you with the media?" I'm like, "No." He's like, "Get out of here, kid." I'm like, "Yes, I'm leaving. I'm leaving." And that was my locker
He was
room.
rolling double duty as not only head coach but head of security.
Yes, exactly. Yes. Do you remember that moment sitting out in the hallway after that loss?
No.
Oh, I knew you wouldn't. I was hoping you might.
It makes sense that it would be a crushing. Any loss is hard, but certainly to former team is hard too.
Against your former team, I think it was the final drive that just never worked out. It was the end of the game. You were driving down the field, and I think an interception or just never scored a touchdown. We ended up losing the game, and you were so upset about it. And I just remember that as I was walking in, like, man, I feel your pain. So,
yeah, it's a it's kind of got that jobs in the business itself. I guess it's a business has some peaks and valleys to it for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can imagine. Erik, I would like to bring up your book right now because you have written an excellent book here in honor of your son Griffin and your surviving son Dylan. And I told you this before the show. Like, this is like the 6th book I've ever written in my life, and I could not. Thank you.
I imagine a few of those were in school, so this is post.
No,
outside of school.
None of them were in school. They were all.
Okay, I got it. Okay,
I don't know how I got.
So I'm thinking some of those 6 were like homework assignments. So
you would think so, yeah. But I never read the entire book. I just skimmed through it and found my talking points.
Yeah, that would have been something I did.
This book it's an excellent read. I couldn't put it down. Very emotional. I got very emotional at some points in it, and it's a testament to you for everything that you have been through, to put this out there for everybody to read. And I believe this is something that you are going to help people with in the future, and this could be one of your greatest legacies right here.
I hope so. I like you mentioned in the beginning, my I guess main focus of this was in honor of Griffin, my oldest son, who passed away, and his younger brother Dylan, who at the time Griffin passed away, Dylan was 13 years old in 8th grade, and so it's my way of honoring both of those kids, and then also, like you mentioned, I think there's a lot in there. I don't know how many pages it is, but there's a lot in there for, there's no secret about it. I battled depression as a player, even after playing. And so I think not that that's the main focus, but I think it does help people who have suffered with that disease themselves. And it also helps people who know people that have suffered from anxiety, depression, whatever, which kind of covers the whole planet. And then at the same time, there's some fun times in there and football experiences obviously with Griffin and Dylan and my parents. And, I think there's just, there's a little bit of everything in there. And it's kind of funny. There's some friends of mine that have read it and have said, I've known you, Erik, for, 30 years, and we've counseled each other in our own lives, and I didn't know half of this stuff. And it's just, it makes me feel good that this is exactly what we should be doing.
Yes.
And problems sort of get bigger the more we isolate ourselves. Sometimes as young kids, somebody else isolates you.
Mm-hmm.
But oftentimes, as kids and adults, we do it to ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
And so I didn't talk about this in the book, but there's a mental health program I'm behind that involves a couple people, in addition to myself, that with young kids, it's going to be called Mental Health Touchdown. We're going to start it out as an after-school program, and one elementary and one middle school. And where I live in Thousand Oaks, there's actually two boys clubs that sit on middle school campuses. So those are after-school programs. And then there's one elementary school. The elementary after-school programs are also tied into Ventura County. So anyway, it's going to involve young kids and families, and basically involve, it's a proactive approach to finding and helping identify characteristics in young people. Let me back up. 4th and 5th graders who are at age 10, 11. Mm-hmm. Starting to identify and help them identify characteristics that they themselves would like to have. Mm-hmm. Right? So at that age, being a good friend. Well, what's being a good friend look like?
Right.
It could be reaching out to somebody who looks not quite themselves that day. Or it could be going out of your way to say to somebody, I love the way you always seem happy. And, despite. Mm-hmm. And whatever the case may be, some people may be very good listeners, mm-hmm. and young kids will notice that. And oftentimes this could be in their life, this could be a parent, this mm-hmm. could be a coach, a teacher, somebody maybe a couple years older than them. Mm-hmm. And the idea is that you start to develop, how do you go approach somebody to say, I'm building a home team of people just like you. And here's what I appreciate about what you do, mm-hmm. whatever that is. Mm-hmm. And can you imagine what that would look like if you start that at age 10, 11, and you get your parents involved, and then by the time you're 18 and out of high school, that's pretty much who you are now for mm-hmm. the better half of your life.
Right.
So that's what you carry with you, and it's going to get cultivated along the way.
Right. That's
the same thing that you have as in your home team at age 10 might not be there at age 15 and 16, or at least maybe not all of them. And so it's a kind of, like I said, it's a proactive approach mm-hmm. to not letting yourself get isolated to begin with. And as we all know, with kids, at some age, whether it's cyberbullying, confrontational bullying, it's typically one kid's way of pulling other people in to isolate one.
Right.
And so it's that one kid, that boy or girl, that's kind of the fire starter that wouldn't be the bully without the other ones.
Right.
And so this is a proactive approach to that. So if we're sitting and talking around, and so one of the people that's involved in this, her name's Catherine Casimir, and she has a nonprofit called Bright, BRITE, and I cannot remember. Inclusion is the I, that much I do know. And she's a special person because she gets these kids to kind of act out their own scenarios in the group, right? And so good or bad, well, we want to do both. Mm-hmm. And so we want to, like, when you start getting into the areas of bullying, who's going to raise their hand and go, I love when Johnny the other day isolated Amanda. I love it.
Right.
And so no one's going to do that. Right. And so you proactively set the tone for what people want to be, not what they don't want to be.
Mm-hmm.
And
it helps them to it's building a foundation for them for the future to help deal with that as they get older.
exactly.
That's excellent.
Yep.
That is excellent. That's like your, the contribution that you're putting back, from, I love it. I really would love to read the opening line to your book, if I may.
Go right ahead. Yeah.
Because I think if anybody like me who doesn't read books, and you heard this opening line to this book, this might make you want to go out and buy it, because the rest of it, you had me at hello with this, right? It's a very short paragraph. It says, "I hadn't set a date to kill myself, but after several intense weeks of planning, it struck me Tuesday morning that the only task left was to pull the trigger." And I was like, drop the mic. I got it. I'm reading the rest of this book. I couldn't put it down from there on out. And, the fact that the rest of the way where it goes through there, I don't want to give too much about your book away, because I think people should buy it and read it for themselves. But
we only read one sentence, so we're good.
Oh, okay, good.
The enticement is good.
Yes, exactly. That's why I wanted to do that. Yes. But just everything that you went through in that book, and then to come out on top, and now you're helping young people to kind of deal with things that can they're sensors for these kinds of things that can really change a young person's life, if you can
right
put them in the right.
Well, the one thing that's a given, right, is that we're all going to face some adversity somewhere along the way, often multiple times, often daily, and so we're going to get knocked off the horse as a routine. Mm-hmm. And so it's being able to what's the word I'm looking for? Process through those, mm-hmm. and have help doing it. Mm-hmm. And one of the things that my experience anyway is that depression really zaps you of your perspective. So the sun is never shining, and there's never going to be nothing's going to get better tomorrow, because it was horrible today, and it was horrible the last 10 days or whatever. And so you're your own worst counsel. And so the idea is to, before you ever get there, is to kind of have this home team that you go through life with, not just when times are bad. And so, like I said, it makes me feel good, and the other people involved, that this goes right along with kind of the way things are going these days. Mm-hmm. Everybody's encountering some difficult time, and somehow, and the idea is to get people together and all row the boat together.
Mm-hmm. Well said. Well said. I'm trying to stay on script here, because I know you only have a little bit of time with us tonight. We could talk the way our show goes is it's hard to this is actually like the most structured we've ever been, Erik. So we're trying
to blame, or am I to be?
No, you're
okay.
actually helping us. We need this. We need structure. But I wanted to get some.
No, I'm not buying.
No.
I think one of the most fascinating stories about your book is not knowing, growing up a Bears fan, and seeing us sign this quarterback from Detroit that we all, we're like, oh my God, he's a backup that should be a starter, and they just beat the Cowboys, and then we signed you. It was like, I can't believe this is our quarterback now. The fact that you barely even played high school or quarterback in high school, and kind of bounced around from team to team because your father kept taking you to the next high school to try to beat out the next quarterback, ultimately ended up in your senior season where you're trying to beat out an incumbent, 3-year starter. And then you started playing safety that season.
Yeah.
And we're pretty good at it. And then by the end of it, one of your coaches is like, yeah, I think I can get you into a school here at safety. You're like, no, I don't want to play safety.
Don't people get it?
And then you go to a college and kind of bounce around a little bit, and then you end up at North Carolina State?
Yeah.
And then now you're a starter, boom, undrafted. Now you're in the NFL. And I kind of wanted to ask you, like, how does it feel to like for you personally to have all these records for the Bears as a quarterback, and they've stood the test of time?
Well,
your pride in that. There has to be like a enormous sense of pride.
Yeah. For me to really truly answer that question, what goes into it aren't the records. What goes into it is that I had to work a lot to get comfortable in that offense, which was completely different than one I came from. Mm-hmm. And so having that first year not go so well, and that was actually the first year I encountered anything even called depression. I had no idea what that was. All I knew is that I didn't want to get out of bed in the morning or make eye contact with anybody, or, and to come from that and then kind of learn what I didn't know, and learned by watching Steve Walsh do better than I did. Mm-hmm. And there was parts of his game that I learned that I didn't know. And you learn a lot from watching. And so to come back from that and be able to execute at a level that I was very proud of, and felt like I contributed to what everybody else was doing, that is what made me feel good. And so if there's records involved, super. But I think it stands for what went into that not only that season, but kind of the culmination of a lot of things.
Mm-hmm. It's a great story. I want to tell everybody from the mountaintop, but just go buy the book and read it yourself.
Well, you are in a way.
Yeah. Vernon Roseman in chat here says, Dan, say hi to Erik for me from 1995. So Vernon was who I actually got the job from, and we worked together with the Bears. We worked together and stayed in the dorm rooms with you, and he was the culprit behind all of that. So thank you, Vernon.
Thanks, Vernon. That was not the Four Seasons, am I right? That dorm room in Platteville? Okay.
It was not. The dorm rooms in Platteville, they were not, no. But it was fun to like be have the tray, and like you're in the cafeteria getting our meals with you, like,
right.
And then you can sit down and hear
taking the golf carts around campus there, right?
Yeah. Guys, I know I'm talking a lot, so I'll let you guys get some questions in here. Foster, PJ, you have any questions for him?
Before PJ interrogates you, because he's our resident interrogator on the show, I just want to talk about a couple things.
Yeah,
he's the cop, so just a warning.
Okay.
So at the time when you're in Detroit, I'm in my mid-20s, and I go to this Bears game because nobody wants to go because it's 30 below, and it's the day after Christmas of 1993. So I get this ticket handed to me, and it's in the 100s, like the fifth row, and I only know a little bit about you from watching previews to this the two Bears games that we played against us that season, or at least the one.
Yeah.
So I'm freezing my butt off. My mustache and my beard literally frozen solid. My drink froze in my hand. And at the end of that game, I became a fan. I looked at my brother-in-law and I said, we got to get this guy. Somehow we got to get this guy in the Bears, because with this guy, we can win. And I've been a fan of yours ever since that day to this day. The other thing I wanted to talk about is depression, anxiety, alcohol, and drugs, because a lot of people turn to alcohol and drugs to numb the pain for that. And I happen to be one of them. So I dealt with that for 33 years. I no longer deal with that because I got help. And I just want everybody to know, whether it's drugs, depression, suicide, I don't know any person that has not touched their life in any way. I myself, I had my wife's cousin. He committed suicide. I have 3 friends that committed suicide. I know 30, 40 people that can say the same thing, and their lives have been affected by their children or their grandchildren, even with alcohol and drugs. So anybody who needs any help, there is help out there, man. You can reach out to Suicide Prevention Line, Alcoholics Anonymous. There's a number in New York that if you're having a problem with anything, whether it's suicidal thoughts, alcohol and drugs, you need a place to stay, there's help. So reach out. And if you're afraid to do that, send me a note, because I'll help you if I can. I just want to thank
Right.
you for being on the show and everything that you've encountered to get to this point, man. That when I saw you on a couple of shows and Nick from Just Another Year,
Right.
when I saw you on that show and you guys laid out the first paragraph of that book, man. Even when Shorty just read it, the hairs on the back of my neck stand up because it's just so chilling to that. Like, well, the only thing left to do is pull the trigger. I'm like, it just blows my mind, and I want to thank you on behalf of many people that I help on a daily basis, because basically now I help alcoholics and drug addicts to recover because I've been through it. I just want to thank you for being around. Go ahead.
I was going to say, Foster, thank you for sharing that. In the beginning, we were talking about that game back in December of '93. I mean, that you're right. That was a frigidly cold day, and so yeah. But it was a game that are not unlike a lot of December games played in that conference, right? Whenever the schedule would come out, I'd always look and see what the last 2 or 3 games were. It was never, for some reason, in LA. It was never in San Diego. It was always in Buffalo, Chicago, somewhere, ridiculously cold.
Green Bay.
And anyway, that was, despite that, you learn to play in it. And like you said, I'm from and live in California, and it takes a different mindset to walk out the door in the wintertime back there.
It's been in the 40s here in Georgia, and I'm like, damn, it's cold here.
Yeah, right. And on the rest of it, though, Foster, I will say this, that so my son Griffin, when he was 18, he died of a heroin overdose, and so he was in 10th grade is actually when he went into a treatment center. And when I say that, it was a house, and it was an inpatient house. And then he transitioned there from I think it was 3 months, right? 90 days. And then to an outpatient program. And I remember the first thing when Griffin went in, it was called Visions. And the first thing they said was, you as parents, here's what you got to do. First thing is go to Betty Ford Center out, and I think it was Palm Springs, something like that, which is about a 4-hour drive. It's not far, maybe not even that far, 3 hours. And go to Al-Anon. And Al-Anon is the same program as AA, same exact. And it basically says to anybody that comes in the door that we too have issues. And we too are addicted to something. I don't care what it is, doesn't matter. And it's typically an addictive thought process. And so the idea of it, as you know, Foster, is the best way for you to help anybody else out is to help yourself. So stay in your own lane, quit worrying about what everyone else is doing. They'll watch what you're doing, actually. And so that's the way you want to live your life first. It's the idea of putting on when you get on an airplane, put your own oxygen mask on first, and then just stay down that lane. And you'll be helping people all day long just by doing that. The minute you go try to lead their lives for them, boom, the train's off the rails.
Mm-hmm.
And I appreciate, Foster, what you do, because I'm still involved in Al-Anon all these years later. And some of my best friends now have become friends through Al-Anon.
That's excellent.
Yeah.
Foster's too. I'm sure.
I
So many friends you
I literally have 75 friends that are in my phone in case there's a problem, just from the doors of AA and Al-Anon.
Right.
Al-Anon, for anybody who doesn't know this, if you're dealing because I go to both, because it's the disease of alcoholism and drug addiction is usually hereditary. I can trace the lines in my family, especially with the alcoholism. I mean, for 100 years, no foster male made it past the age of 57 because we died of alcoholism in my family. My dad broke that mold. He lived to be 83.
Well, good for him.
A bunch of my family members are now living past that, and it's just a godsend, man.
It's great.
But by helping yourself, like you said, Eric, by helping yourself and you got to be a little selfish and make sure that you help yourself and take care of yourself. But once you do that, you begin people reach out to you, and then you begin to help somebody else.
You become selfless.
Which for me, and I say this all the time.
Exactly.
Yes, absolutely, because it's not just about me all the time. That was one of the problems I had, Eric. I'm a selfish, self-centered son of a bitch. That's what I was, man, in my addiction, because it was all about me. But as I move on and progress, it's not about me. I'm that little dot in the corner on that white piece of paper. And we all, I say this all the time, because the only reason I'm here is to help myself and help other people with this issue.
There you go.
Because it's a
huge
issue.
I was going to say, Foster, I was going to say, when you talk about I'm a selfless, self-centered, whatever, we all come out of the womb that way, just so you know. That's how we're supposed to come out.
Yeah, that's true.
And so it's when you can get over that hump at some age that you start thinking of other people. That's actually, you've actually overcome something now.
Mm-hmm. Cheers I'm going to clap. Cheers to both of you.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
We're running out of time. So PJ, you have any questions?
The big guy.
Well, I'd just like to say, Eric, thank you for sharing your story. I know a lot of kids that feel like they're invisible. So for you to share, you being a popular person, I mean, an NFL star, as it were, and you to have this battle of depression, that helps the ordinary child or the ordinary person who feel as though they're nobody and they suffering from it, and they see how you can come through it. They themselves can be able to come through it. So I would just want to say thank you for sharing that story and giving a glimmer of light to people who are in a dark place.
Well, I appreciate that, PJ. And, I remember literally as just way before depression ever set in as an adult, I was one of those kids that felt out of place wherever I went and didn't like 99.9% of America and kids everywhere. You don't feel like you fit in.
Right.
And I was always trying to be somebody else, because somebody else looked a hell of a lot cooler than I was. Mm-hmm. And eventually, when you really get it figured out, is when you go, you know what? We're all kind of weird together, and nobody's got all the tumblers figured out. So we're all just we're all kind of swimming out there, just flailing around, which is just fine.
True. We're all children that just grow up, but we're still children at heart, right?
That's right.
You get into I'm almost 50 years old, and I feel like I'm still 15, sometimes.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
I don't know if that's good or bad, but it feels good.
It's okay, Dan. I'm 9.
Okay, well, that's good. Well, you're like 750 years old, so you feel 9.
The best, biggest beard of a 9-year-old I've ever seen.
This is his playoff beard. We were supposed to do playoff beards together, and I forgot. So I just went back to trimming mine, and I looked up, and I was like, "Oh, damn! I forgot to do my playoff beard." He's like, "I'm keeping it going."
So you brought the curse of this year's season because you shaved. All right, way to go.
Yep. That's what Dan does.
That was my fault.
Look.
Well, we did a prediction.
Like 5 of us thrown out of the locker room.
Yeah, exactly. We did a five panel prediction on what the score, the record would be for this season, and this is what it looked like: 11-6.
Okay.
5 people. We took if it was 3 that said win, the other 2 said loss. We picked a win, and this is what we all came up to collectively as a team of 5.
Okay.
How off we were.
So, I mean, with 4 wins, how many wins are currently the Bears have?
4.
3? 4. Okay, perfect. You guys are on point. So
the opposite direction, yeah.
Well, I got you. 11-6 was a.
Yeah.
Well. Yeah. So this is actually what the reality of it is below. So
yeah. On the right, you'll see the win-loss that we predicted in white, and then on the left, it'll be loss in red or win in yellow, which is the actual. Yeah.
I got you. Well, I too came in. During the season, at the end of last season, and moving it forward into this season, I too was a believer, and I fell flat on my face just like the rest of us. And but I personally, I think that the machinery of the Bears is going in the right direction. I think they've drafted a lot of good talent these last couple of years. I think the addition of Montez Sweat is incredible. And they're going to get another year to do the same thing all over again. And I mean, we can talk about that more in depth if you like, but I like where this is going. Yeah. I know we're not there yet, but if you can think of how the Lions started out last year and how they finished and then took off from this year, they don't look quite there yet themselves, but they're a hell of a lot farther along than they were to start last year.
For sure. Yeah. One more draft. And then with all these picks they can get in this next draft, hopefully that will build on to next season. And then we'll actually have a winning season. I'm not sure what's going to happen with this coaching staff. I had so many damn questions for you, but we only have a few minutes left. I do have some questions that I would like to chat to get from. Let's get the chat here before we end, because I do have a couple more questions after chat. Erik, what was the player strike year like? Any incidents from that when you played on the Falcons?
I was the only player they kept off of that strike team back with the regular. In fact, I was the last. I believe someone told me this. I was the last strike player playing. And
in the book, Cliff, go buy it and read it.
If you can picture this, Mike Ken was the left tackle for the Falcons, and he was on the player side, the president of the NFLPA. And so it was icy, to say the least. And Tony Casillas was on that team. And I'm trying to think. I think the only player I remember crossing the picket line on that team was Tim Green. Tim Green, the author, Tim Green. And we actually became friends. And, it was an experience that for me made sense. I know for the players that were the active players that went on strike, people like me didn't make any sense for them. But all I know is that I was back in school and going to finish my degree and want to coach high school for the rest of my life. And, so that's still what I want to do. It's just football got in the way. But going back to that 87 season, that really is what that's the only reason today. And I shouldn't be the only reason, but that's one of the reasons why I ended up playing the NFL to begin with.
Exactly. Yeah. Cliff said he just bought your book, by the way.
Fantastic. Love it. Thanks, Cliff.
Read it, Cliff. Yeah. You'll find out. You'll get more detail on that. Let's get to another question from chat here. Erik, what do you think about this Bears team and administration? That's kind of that's one of my questions too. So that kind of goes twofold. So
I like how it looks from the top down. I'm not crazy how it looks from the bottom up, meaning I think the coaching staff is not the right one. And I think there's been plenty of examples of how that's played itself out. And again, I think the roster itself, the one that's been acquired, that there was a few people that got sent away, traded, and then there was also some acquisitions that took place that I think you combine last year's draft. They didn't have a lot of draft picks going into the draft. Ryan Poles pulled a rabbit out of the hat and got more picks, all of which didn't start out well, but now most of which are playing well. And then last year, this past draft, a lot of these players are now stepping up and playing very well. Yeah. And even the players they acquired, like T.J. Edwards and Edmonds, who I played against his dad at Maryland. He was tight end back then, Farrell. And I like I said before, I like the nucleus of talent that's on this team. I think they're I was going to say loaded. They're deep at running back at the moment. And so one guy goes down. Roshan Johnson stepped up and had a good game. And I just think what I see is there's enough depth, enough nucleus to build from. And then, like I said, one more draft, one more year free agency, maybe a trade or two. And then I think, the Bears are just well on their way.
Erik, I have a million more questions for you, but I know we have to let you go. I'm gonna end with my last one because this is a fairly simple question. Did you retire a Bear?
I did not.
Did you retire a Lion?
I would have liked to. No. So in 1998, I forget what the record was. It wasn't good. And Dave Wanstedt got fired. His staff got fired. And it was a new staff. Dick, not LeBeau. Dick, can't remember. He was
Dick Duran.
Dick Duran came over from Green Bay. And I remember, so in 98, my season ended. I had a torn labrum, which I was playing through. And then I also had a meniscus, I think it was meniscus tear or something in my knee. And so I couldn't go on any further. So I ended up having surgery during the season. It was probably 10 or 11 games into the year. And it was a lengthy rehab. And most of my rehab was being done in Arizona. I had a friend there, Ryan Wetnight, who played and liked the PT he had seen over the years. Anyway, so I received a phone call saying, because training camp was going to start like the next day. And I received a phone call saying, I forget who it was from, hey, we'd like to get you to come in here and work out just to make sure you're okay. And I said, all right, fine. And they had me throwing to, I think it was Bobby Ingram and I was, no, not Curtis. I think it was just Bobby and I can't remember who else. Anyway, so I come in the next day and actually I was called to come in and see Dick Duran. And I said, okay. And he and Mark Hatley, who at that time was the general manager, came in and said, okay, we decided to let you go. And what they did was they filmed me throwing. And so apparently what they wanted to do was pave the way for Cade McNown. And we all kind of know how that went. And so I ended up going to the San Diego Chargers.
Right.
And anyway,
I know you finished your season with the Chargers, but when you officially retired, did you retire under a specific team? Because you played 5 seasons for the Bears and 3 for the Lions and 1 for the Chargers. So I guess my question should be then: do you consider yourself a Bear or a Lion?
Both.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was actually in Detroit 4 years, but 1990 through 93.
Oh, okay.
But no, I consider it both. So like 2 games a year.
I would too if I was you.
I root for both teams.
Yeah,
and that's always been that way. It just happens to be that this year the Lions are playing better than the Bears, but it hasn't always been the case. So
yeah, I mean I'm rooting for the Lions this year. If the Bears can't make the playoffs, I would rather the Lions represent the NFC other than the Bears.
I am too. I mean I've never met Dan Campbell, but I remember calling Chris Spielman last year, and I think they were 1-3 or something at the time, but they were playing well. I'm like, how is you guys are looking so good right now? And he goes, this coaching staff is ridiculous. Yeah. And so, and I obviously he's played, and so that's and I think that says a lot, because I've been on teams that have had, like, for instance, if we could have had Dave Wanstedt's coaching staff with Detroit's talent, we'd have won a couple Super Bowls for sure.
That was one of my questions to you, was about Dave Wanstedt. We'll save that for another show. Hopefully you will come back on with us again sometime in the future.
Sure, would love to.
We'd love to have you back on when we have a little more time to ask you some more Bears questions and kind of go down memory lane with you a little bit more. And because I got some Dave Wanstedt questions, I got some ownership questions. I know these guys got questions.
Great.
But if you guys have not bought this book yet, please do so. The Ultimate Comeback by Erik Kramer. It is an easy read. Check it out. Look, it's an easy read.
It even comes with pictures.
Look at that. I opened it right up to the Bears picture with you. Look, with pictures. Eric, thank you so much. I don't want to get in trouble with Anna
child
tonight,
and all of us.
so please go enjoy your meal tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you.
Let me thank you right back, because this is a great opportunity to connect with Chicago again. As always, anytime I either get a chance to talk to somebody in Chicago or fly there, which is even better, I take it. And so thank you for having me on, talking about the book, going back down memory lane, talking about the current Bears. I love it. So thank you.
We got plenty more memory lane for you, my friend. Please come back on again. We'd love to have you.
All right, we'll do it.
Thank you, Eric. You have a good night,
so
my
much,
friend.
Eric.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you for
Okay.
more than just being on. Thank you for being you.
Thank you. Absolutely.
Well,
Well,
thank you, buddy.
Peace.
good night. Awesome,
Wow.
man. Erik Kramer. Wow.
And my hair's still standing up on the back of my neck, guys.
Me too.
I can
I
feel
am.
it. I can feel the energy from that guy.
Yeah, he's got a lot to say, and I mean, we didn't even get through half the questions.
That's all right. The important stuff was covered, because I mean, football is a game and it's fun. But what we just got out to people needs to be said, and it needs to be heard, man. That's the important stuff.
Thank you, Cliff.
We could sit here like we do all the time and talk about football for 10 hours like PJ does for 7 hours after the show.
Mm-hmm.
He's
Cliff saying
ignoring me now. Yep.
Cliff saying that Aldo is one of my favorite
Aldo.
90s Bears players. Aldo, what's up, my friend? Thank you. We appreciate that. That was there was a lot of thought that went into that, and never got to even cover half of it. So can't wait to have him on again to go down some memory lane a little bit.
Isn't enough time to discuss all of this stuff, because there's just so many things that are so important that can reach so many people, man. I truly hope, and I will bet you this happens somewhere. Somebody's listening to this right now, or is going to listen to this, and it's going to help them. I'm 99.999% sure. I believe it's already helped somebody in the chat. I really do.
I mean, and then Cliff bought the book, so you're gonna love the book, Cliff. What's up there, Walt?
Mark Kasich just said, where is it? You find that, Walt? Thank you, Shorty. I don't even know what I did. I almost put him in a times out by accident. Thank you, Shorty. I needed this tonight. So I mean, what does that tell you? Right there. If it's just Mark that we helped, and Mark, thank God, God bless you, dude. But if it's just that one person, man, it's made a difference. It's made a difference in the world. Domino effect.
Yeah.
So,
you're welcome, Mark. Thank you for joining us
on our show tonight.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, Mark. I'm glad you're tuning in and got to see that. I wanted to get to Walt to see if he had some questions for Eric, but I was just like, that time was just ticking down, man. I was just starting to sweat, because I know Anna, who is his longtime friend from high school, was one of his biggest supporters in helping him get through his attempted suicide. And now he's dating her. And so she was the contact I was mainly dealing with for this. And she was like, he has a dinner tonight at 7:00 that we have to meet. So he has to be out there by 6:40. I'm like, okay, I'm not used to this, but we'll try. Just a couple minutes late. Hopefully she's not upset at him.
And he stayed later than 6:40.
Yeah, by like 3-4 minutes. I was like, oh shit, we're in trouble.
He probably could have sat there and wanted. Yeah.
Oh, did you have any questions?
If you get the backlash tomorrow, then you're done, man. Like 20. Well,
we'll save it for another day.
Off the scroll right now. Yeah, I had 22 questions. What?
He said he'll save it for another day.
Save it for another day. Yep.
So let's go. Let's get to chat. What's up, guys? Hope you guys enjoyed that. Me too. I'm like I'm on a high right now from this. What is up, everyone in chat? Thank you guys for joining us. Sorry it took so long for us to get to you.
I'd like to say hi and welcome to Doug Van Dorn, Mark Kazak, Cliff Victoria, Jay Sanders, Mr. Mayhem, Brian Gilmore, Brian Reberg, Vernon Roseman, Ravi Come Up, Swifty in the house,
Aldo,
Glenn Hayden, Kitty Cat, Glenn Morgan.
Glenn Morgan, the guy.
Glenn Morgan, thanks for joining us.
Yes.
See what Aldo just said there? Foster, when you come down my chimney for Christmas, leave your cigarettes in the sleigh.
Steve S. Linda Foster. Steve Phillips.
Yeah, now wait, Peach, time out there. Because now tonight, for some reason, she actually acknowledged that I was her brother. It's the first time it's ever happened on the show. Because if you remember, she's always been saying I'm not related and stuff. But apparently tonight it's okay for me to be her big brother. Thanks, Lynn.
She said she was proud of you and that you helped a lot of people earlier, man.
That's what he's saying. Like, oh, she's always never said a damn good thing about me until right now.
But all year it's been I'm not related to him. I don't know him. I don't know what you're talking about until tonight.
That's because she's smart.
Right.
Yes, she is.
Destroy at 1320.
That is what fame does, Foster.
If I miss anybody in the chat, my apologies. Aldo Gandia. Aldo, appreciate you, man. Appreciate you.
Aldo, thanks for tuning in tonight and watching this. Appreciate you. That means a lot.
Mammy's in the house.
And Aldo, if I do come down your chimney, I'll bring some Cubans and some good scotch instead of my cigarettes. How's that? He'll appreciate that.
Bring him a gift card to Gibson's too while you're at it. So, guys, you want to talk some Bears? You want to talk some Bears now? No Bears.
Did you see what all those
wondering whether or not Aldo? I was just wondering whether or not Aldo has a weather report for us.
As long as it's not Aldo doing the weather, we're fine.
Yeah.
Oh, Aldo know what I'm talking about.
We all know. Anybody who watches Aldo knows what those weather reports are.
Oh yeah.
And the temperature will be fuck the temperature. We don't need to know what the temperature is.
No.
Oh,
but we do. 44 degrees. What is it here? It's got to be 44 here.
I love you, Aldo. I love you, man. You said 44
Hey, TJ, don't
degrees.
44 degrees. Double D degrees.
That's right, Aldo. Kitty's right. You're on the naughty list.
But I like it.
I'm checking you off, man.
Aldo talking about bringing girls, but he doesn't touch them. Mrs. Aldo might have something to say. Look at the pea bush incident. Oh, fuck you, Cliff.
I think Steve Phillips is peeping on me, man. I think he's looking in my windows because he knows that I shaved this morning.
Foster clean shaved this morning. Santa's beard grows back fast.
That's right.
That's right. You got to meet Steve, Foster.
Get your binoculars out of my window.
Yeah. Steve is my cousin who you met with at the Chris visit when he came to Woodstock.
I remember stuff. That's why I keep saying hi to him, dude.
Oh,
so
good.
you
I was
know,
just making sure.
I remember things.
I wasn't sure. That beard is so like beyond white. It's turning blue. I thought. I figured by now you had Alzheimer's.
Hey, I found some hair to match that. That's funny. Found some hair to match the nicotine stains, but I forgot to bring it.
Found some hair to match the
Are we gonna
nicotine.
get to some bears or just?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
That's
Why
right.
you guys want to get some bears? We haven't talked about this win yet.
I wanted to ask.
Oh, actually, we did.
we
We talked
haven't.
about it the night of, but
I wanted to ask Aldo. I'm not Aldo. I'm sorry. Got Aldo on my mind now. I wanted to ask Eric about what he thought of Justin Fields now. I know he was out on him before. I was wondering, is he still out on him or is he coming around?
yeah, that was one of the questions I had. But time was just flying by, man.
Yeah.
I'm curious to know what he thinks of. Got a question for Foster. Does he only go down on gray-haired women?
Nope. Any style, buddy. I'm pretty good.
And do they have? I have a follow-up. Do they have? Yeah, so they have to have
What?
that 70s Bush gray-haired woman. their bush has to match the beard.
If they don't have it when Dan, if they don't have it when I start, they'll definitely have it by the time I'm done.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, getting terrible off here, man.
Guys going off the rails. So you better start talking about
says,
the
four field here. Steve wants to talk about the game. Steve Phillips.
Let's talk about the Bears,
says,
guys.
Four field goals. Yay, we're done.
Hey, it's a win. A win is a win, right?
win.
You won't be looking back on that. Let's just say they win out. Ha ha. And somehow let's just say they make the playoffs on a win out. Ha ha. Nobody will be looking at the 4 field goal win.
Yeah, they will. They absolutely will.
Nobody will. I mean, maybe Chicago fans, because
they'll talk about how Justin didn't get a touchdown for us or something. So yeah, trust me, someone will talk about this win and the way we won forever.
Mm-hmm.
Justin can go on and win 11 Super Bowls. But they'll bring up, remember that time he played against Minnesota and he fumbled the ball twice and he didn't score a touchdown. And
doing it right now, PJ. It's like that fourth quarter comeback didn't happen.
Right.
He came back after all the adversity and drove us down the field to score the winning field goal. Period. End story. If he doesn't do that, it doesn't matter. None of the rest of the other stuff matters because it would just be a terrible game and it'd be, so like you said though, man, they'll focus on the negative, but not look at the positive. So that's why we're here to look at the positive.
Aldo is saying, please rate the play of Justin Fields. Did he help convince you that he should be retained or traded?
I'll start with that because I've been looking, to me, he's the guy we keep. And I won't even say it's based on that last game. It's the body of work going back from the Denver game on, through the injury, through the adversity. And it seems to me that sitting on the bench for those 4 weeks, I really think helped him. I said this before the game even. I said, I hope the 4 weeks on the bench has made him forget a bunch of things that happened and a bunch of the things with the coaches and a bunch of the games that he played. I don't know if I'm right, but to me, it appears that he did, because sometimes not focusing or just putting off to the side the negatives and refocus your efforts on your positives and try to get better at things, it's going to carry you through. So it might have been a little blessing in disguise. Not that I wanted the guy injured or out or hurting, but it gave him time to sit there and refocus. And Erik Kramer mentioned it. You can learn things by watching. Matter of fact, my dad used to tell me this when I was a little kid, man. He goes, sometimes people aren't going to give you knowledge, son, so you have to steal as much knowledge as you can with your own eyes. I've remembered that since I was 10 years old, man. Because we're coming up in the trades, Nobody wanted to share their secrets because they were afraid you were going to take their job. So I'd be doing stuff and I'd be looking, oh man, that's how you do that. So you can always learn something if you pay attention and then make sure that you hear what people are saying. You're not just listening to the noise coming out of their mouth, because there might be one word or one sentence in there that can help you.
I have a question for you, Aldo. Did he help you to want you to retain him or trade him? I apologize. I missed the show the other night. You probably said it on Tuesday. But I'm curious.
He doesn't remember because he had a couple on.
I'm just curious to know what you think too, Aldo. I mean, I would say, yeah, those two fumbles scared me too, and it seems to be something that's been happening a lot lately. More so his whole career, I should say. Right, the fumbles are kind of an issue. So I'm saying that right now, as we stand, from the body of work that we've seen, and I'm agreeing with you guys, and I love the show that you did on Sunday when I was in New Orleans, because I was watching it when I was working, and you guys were kind of saying the same thing that I was thinking watching the game, was like, just like you said, Foster, like, damn, he came out that game and lit it up. He didn't throw for a shitload of passing yards, but he was moving the ball well. It was coming out quick. Even his short passes that I complained about in the beginning of the season, they were coming out quick. And I was very, very impressed with him that game. And the rushing obviously helps. You know, when you go from Tyson Bagent to him, you definitely see the difference in arm strength. You see the ability to move around in the pocket better because he's so much quicker. He can take a long gain. He can get you a first down more than not. So, I mean, I would say that we definitely have to just stay the course with him. I think the question comes down to, do we stay the course with the head coach? Because it's kind of coming down to, at this point, Flus's defense is getting better. And my buddy today, he went on a huge rant about, oh, well, they, you know, he looks at things very analytically and just complaining about how they beat a fourth string, you know, quarterback with four turnovers, and they should have scored a lot more points in that game. So to say that the defense played that great against, I guess what he was saying was that the defense has been playing great against shitty teams or shitty offenses. In this case, a third, fourth string quarterback. So a guy that they had to trade for. I mean, in the same vein, you are seeing improvement under this team from him calling the plays. And I guess the question for me is, do we just dump the continuity at the end of the season and start over again and have to build continuity back to all together again with a new coaching staff? Or do we try to stay the course
for a decade plus?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Sorry, like we've been doing for a decade. We want to do this for another decade or what?
Right. Is there some point that you kind of give in and say, let's give this guy a chance and let's not pull the trigger so quick? Is there enough improvement in certain areas that you could say that?
To me, yes. I mean, these guys never even answered his question that we were talking about to begin with. So I did.
Please
PJ did.
I would say yes. I would retain him. I know your answer, PJ.
Yeah, I would definitely retain him. I think after talking,
like Fields.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would retain him.
And Walt would trade him and start Bagent, right?
Absolutely not. I was kind of hoping for more from you there.
Those damn producers, Dan. I'm telling you, the producers just, you know. Say it again, Walt. Go again.
Those producers nowadays, you know.
No, like I said, I was hoping PJ would elaborate a little more.
Producers.
I know he wants to keep him.
Well, that's yeah.
Well, I think
that's what we were expecting, Walt. I was waiting for it, but he didn't do it. So do it, Pete.
I was thinking that after talking with Jason UK, he brought up a very good point. He said we're expecting Fields to be this perfect quarterback right now. And the reality is basically he still has some things to grow on. And I think he's showing that he's growing and he's improving. So he's not a finished product yet, but I have seen improvement, and I think he can continue to go that route. The problem is too many people want instant results as opposed to wanting to go through the process. Yeah, he had some hiccups with the fumbles, with holding on to the ball too long, but it's something he's working on, and I can see improvement because he's improving in other aspects of his game. Certain things you can't coach, though. You can't teach a person how to be a leader. He's already a leader. You can't teach a person how to have a work ethic. He has that because that's what he brings. So certain intangibles he's already bringing that I'm not sure that these other quarterbacks that we could possibly draft have already. So the things that he may be lacking, it can be coachable. But the things that are not coachable, he already has.
Especially like a Caleb Williams. When you talk about the character, I think they're night and day between the two of them. You don't want a diva on your team that's going to cause problems. Where you can clearly see that this team is behind him when you watch the post game when he was telling the team, sorry about my interceptions, guys. And we just got all this. Everyone was like backing him. They were behind him. This team is behind him. Like Aldo's saying, though, instant results like C.J. Stroud, Pat Mahomes, or should we wait?
How many times has that happened, man? Sorry.
Well, it seems like it's been happening a lot in the last 10 years, where some quarterback it's almost like for a stretch there, it was like there was another quarterback that just blew up every year. It was like Lamar Jackson. It was Patrick Mahomes. It was, Andrew Luck. It was blah, blah, blah. And they always it seemed like they always had record-breaking seasons. And here we are waiting for the Bears to have this with Justin Fields. I mean, I thought he was an MVP candidate going into this season. And then now you have, like Aldo's saying, C.J. Stroud just 570 yards and 5 touchdowns in a game. I mean, we're all sitting here waiting for Justin to do that, and we see his successor at Ohio State doing it.
That's more to do with coaching. That's more to do with coaching than to do with the player.
Exactly.
Because I guarantee you, if you put C.J. Stroud
on the Bears,
Chicago, underneath Getsy, he won't have those numbers.
Shitstorm.
And if you put Justin over there in Houston with that coaching staff, he would have those yards and probably even more. So
Erik Kramer said something about that himself.
So I just think that
what if
there's a drastic numbers difference, but you have to look at the coaching staff. And our coaching staff is not doing you any favor, especially when you're throwing 21 screen passes or however many it was. You're not going to have those numbers.
Exactly. I'm going to throw it in a different route. Instead of moving the quarterbacks, let's swap coaching staffs. If we had the guys that are in Houston and we brought them to Chicago and vice versa, because this way you're changing all the personnel. Justin's still going to have the same personnel that he has today. He's not going to Houston. We're bringing their coaching staff in here. So how would they have developed this? Do you think they would have coached to Justin's strengths, unlike what we see Getsy doing? Because I do, because that's what they're doing with CJ. They're coaching to all his strengths of his game. Let's minimize his weak. Let's make him do the things that he's weakest at as little as possible. And I don't see that going on here, man. It's like we did this before with Mitch, and Mitch wasn't the guy. To me, he was never the guy. But they're making him do these things, all these bubble screens, staying in the pocket. That before they let him loose, man, they had him in that shoebox where he was only going in a certain range on the field. If you go back and watch the film, they weren't letting him break out. So we've talked about it 100 times, man. You got to coach to this is your key guy. So you have to bring out and emphasize all the strengths that he has to make him better and the people around him better. So Laz wholeheartedly disagrees with our assessment. I don't know if you caught that.
Yeah, I caught that. I'm just wondering what is up, Laz? Thanks for joining us. What do you disagree with? Just want to know. Aldo's respectfully disagreeing too. Getsy and Stroud would be a great combo. They have the same styles, quick passing. I do agree with you that Getsy and Fields are like my first marriage, not compatible.
Not compatible.
I don't know. I think you give Luke Getsy Joe Montana, and he would still fail at this point. He's just proven he can do the job at this level in terms of a high-level NFL player or even a low-level NFL play caller.
Yeah.
We saw that with Justin. We saw it with Tyson Bagent.
I know
How many more times we need to see it? And I know Aldo was bringing up guys like Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes. They thought Lamar Jackson was going to be a bust. Did we just forget that happened? Because I didn't.
Right.
Yeah, that's why he fell all the way down to the late last
32nd
round. Yeah.
Well, even coming out of his first year.
Well, then too, even with Mahomes, Walt, a lot of people were like, this guy's going to need a lot of work. He's not ready to jump into the NFL. I mean, that was the assessment. If you go back and remember, probably he was one of those guys. That's why he got drafted down the line. He looks great. I mean, he's got the physical abilities, blah blah blah. But is he going to be able to develop into the player that we can use? And apparently, I just read some stuff in the last couple days here where what's his name, the player personnel director in Kansas City, literally said, "Okay, this is the guy that we're going to make our next quarterback." But how many people had the foresight to see that and go in and do the deep dive as deep as he did or whatever he did to make that assessment? So there's so many aspects to it. There's just too many things that you can get into with it. I just see the development.
It's different teams, Foster.
Yeah, absolutely correct.
The Kansas City team,
Patrick Mahomes organization's been horrible for so long. We finally have the chance with Poles and company, whatever, because I still trust completely in Poles, man. I love what he's doing. People were complaining again about, oh man, all these picks that these players, all they focus, they do what you're talking about, Pete. All people have been focusing on with me, anyways, that we've been discussing, is like Claypool and who was the guy we signed who we never got. They keep bringing Ogunjobi, and I'm like, what does that have to do with today? It's done. Let's put them all on the table. Let's list every one of them, every move that Poles has made, and we'll go through them one by one. And I think you'll see, at least in my opinion, that there's a positive check on more of them than there's not. So we let it roll with Fields. Definitely is my opinion on it.
Yeah, I mean, we have to remember.
You missed Kramer. You got to go back and watch the first
40 minutes.
I'm sorry. What was you saying, Walt? I didn't hear you, man.
No, I was just going to continue what I was talking about. And, we got onto the subject of Brock Purdy even when Tyson Bagent was coming in. We all got to remember that, Brock Purdy walked into an anomaly of a situation. He had a team that is pretty much on the cusp of winning a Super Bowl. Most quarterbacks don't walk into that, especially rookie quarterbacks. Usually if you're getting decent, you're pretty bad if you're changing over quarterbacks. So, I mean, you're walking into guys like Deebo Samuels. Who's the other wide receiver they have? I forget his name. You have Christian McCaffrey. You have Trent Williams at your left tackle. Even on your defense, you have guys that can make up for that slack with Nick Bosa and now Chase Young.
Yeah.
So it's just a tale of two cities. And even Kyle Shanahan. I mean, Flus is okay. I like the guy and all, but he's not Kyle Shanahan. And I disagree with some moves that Shanahan makes, but I mean, the results are there.
Yeah. I mean, Getsy come up with a good play call like 2 or 3 times a game.
Yeah. You gotta be able to do it consistently across an entire game. I mean, last time I checked, football isn't 3 quarters. It's 4. You play good for 3 and not good for 1, it doesn't matter. I mean, and even going into Sunday's game, I know we didn't score a touchdown, big whoop. We still won the game. We would have won by even more if Santos didn't miss that field goal, but that's besides the point.
Right.
But like you said, PJ, when you're throwing 21 screen passes, you're generally starting your wide receiver 2 to 3 yards behind the line of scrimmage.
Right.
So even if you have to get 8, you have to get 11, 12 yards in retrospect.
Exactly.
So you're throwing the ball praying that your skills guys are going to get there. Sometimes they do, but most times they don't. And it's not consistent. We can't win that way on a consistent basis.
And to Aldo's point, he may not trust Fields because that's why he threw the 21 screens or whatever it was. But there's other ways of beating a blitz heavy team than throwing screen passes out to the left or right. You can run the ball, you can stack the box, because one thing I did notice when Fields went under center, what's his name, Flores, he brought his guys out of that blitz package. When Fields go under center, he brought his guys out of it, and it's like, okay, you can run through that. If you can run through that, then you start setting up the run, you start running them a little bit, then you can do the play action. But we was in shotgun, 95% of the time, and a lot of that shotgun, then we was in empty sets. Yes, Flores are going to blitz you. I mean, I would even be tempted to blitz you if you have no running back there. So yeah, let me go ahead and put 6 men coming at you because you only got 5 to block. So that's play calling. And to my point, I don't think that Getsy is always placing Fields in the best position to succeed with simple play calls like that.
No, he's not. And like you were saying, PJ, you can do other things, but you have to know how to do these other things to begin with.
True.
I don't think he does.
Yeah.
He's very one-track mind, and we've seen this on a lot of things.
I would have liked to have seen some slants on that over the middle, because if you look, when they were all in the box, man, and they were blitzing, there was nobody in the middle of the field, man. The middle of that field was open so many times, and I just sitting here going, why aren't we doing anything in the middle? They're giving it to us, and we're throwing bubble screens out to either sideline.
I will say this:
the middle's wide open because there's 7, 8 guys.
Lance Briggs brought this up, so I can't say this is my idea, but he brought up a very valid point. When you're crowding that and faking that, or have that blitz look, because sometimes Flores dropped them out. So if you run a slant and they so happen to drop out, they drop them right in that pass lane, and that's how B.J. Raji got that interception against us in that playoff games against Green Bay, I think, back in the championship game, that one time when you got that interception. So when you drop out like that, they can then be able to pick off a slant. So I can understand not necessarily going with the slants, but like I said, you can do the running, you can do the play action, because again, there's other ways of doing it. I mean, they don't necessarily have to be the slant, but there was other plays that could have been done.
I think agree, the most telling thing out of that. This, so you line up in the position where there's going to be a slant on either side, wherever you want it from. That doesn't mean you have to go to it, but that could be your first look. You could also do play action with that, and if they back out, then you run up the middle. If they don't back out, you can look at the slant first and maybe have a go route on either side of the field. I mean, there's there was too many options to throw 23 screen passes in one game.
Absolutely.
If you're a coach who knows how to run an offense.
Absolutely.
And then there was something else, like, because we asked Laz a question, and he put something up there, and we're not paying Fields $23 million next year. That would be the 5th-year option at $20 million, to my understanding. Can anybody find the Laz answer? Because we asked Laz. I forgot what you asked him, Dan, but he put an answer up there somewhere. There you go. Laz said, first off, $23 million next season, and his best attribute is his legs and being likable by his teammates. His passing qualities are iffy at best. But I'll skip the passing qualities iffy at best. First off, is he getting $23 million next year? I don't think so.
He's not.
Isn't that the 2025 5th-year option for $20 million, if I'm correct?
Yeah.
It is. His cap number in 2024 is $5,146,896. So
there you go.
That's a pretty far off
so
number
first
from
off, 23. I believe he's going to get $20 million if we sign the 5th-year option in May. So first off, $23 million next season is now $25 million for 2 seasons, and you're not going to get a quarterback for $23 million unless you're drafting somebody and you're going to start the process all over. That's going to answer that question.
Sorry, Foster.
His legs are an excellent at. Go ahead.
it's only 6,4,712 next year.
Okay, so instead of 23 million for next season, let's say it's 27 million for 2 seasons. You know, if you're going to sign a quarterback off the street, or if you're going to try to go out after a big name, you're not going to get that. You're going to be paying 40 million next year and 50 million the year after. And I'm making up numbers, but we know it could be somewhere in that range if you go sign a big name free agent, if there is even one. His legs are definitely a valuable asset. But the other thing that they took away from him in that game completely, and I understand it because of the blitzing, you gotta throw down the field 2 or 3 times a half. And what's his best attribute? He's one of the greatest deep ball passers in the game, and we didn't do it.
Yes, he is.
Still got to try to do it. It opens the defense up. It'll pull those guys out of the box, and we didn't do anything to help relieve some of that pressure in the box. So that's my answer to those questions, Laz. And I get everything you're saying, Laz. I get it. But I still believe, and somebody also mentioned this, and I think it was King Buka, who said, gee, they're giving Dak Prescott 4 to 7 seconds to throw, and nobody's bitching about it in Dallas. And that's the game tonight, to my understanding.
Right.
So Dallas is losing that game, aren't they? I think all those said they're losing. I don't have it on tonight because otherwise I'll ignore you guys.
It goes to show you like what this fan base really. I guess it goes to show you what Justin Fields really is, because he is splitting this fan base. Like I said before, like Trump Biden in a way. It's like it's turning into a split. It's like it's turning into Cubs versus Sox in a way.
I wouldn't say it's that Fields that's splitting it.
Well, no, I wouldn't say it is either, but it's becoming a split between whether or not people think that it's Fields' fault or the coaching staff's fault, right? At this point.
Well, then I guess I think you have to question the intellectual level of the people saying what they're saying. You know,
or their lack thereof, or overdoing of looking at numbers.
Speaking of numbers, Dan, so there was a poll this morning, and it was like 3,500 people. And they asked, keep Fields, draft Caleb Williams, or draft Drake May. This was the poll this morning on Twitter. And it was 60% to keep Fields, and the other 40% was split between those 2 quarterbacks. And it's a small sample size, 3,500, but 60% of those people are for keeping Fields. So is it really that split, or is it the media that divides this? Because you've got all this stuff coming out, and all this stuff in the last 2 days on Twitter being said about Caleb Williams, and it's from the extreme top to like, no, the guy's not worth it. He's not going to be a star. So again, you're right, Wall. You have to check out what these people are looking at and how they're coming to their conclusions. Later, Aldo, you stay safe, man. We'll see you.
See you later, Aldo.
Thanks for hanging out, Aldo. Go get her done. The other thing too is to point out that Justin Fields is 24 years old. What did he say? Aldo said, what did Aldo say? Where did that go? Got to run. My wife wants to get frisky. Good job, gents. Get her done, Aldo. Get her done.
She doesn't get frisky too much, so he's got to get right on that. I'm joking around.
Yeah. Go pop a Viagra and go take care of that, my friend.
I went to the doctor to get a Viagra pill. Now I'm like a loaded gun with nobody to kill. No,
that's enough of that poetry for the night. There, what was you saying, Walt?
With my dick in my hand, I did such a thing as to bring myself to climax at the top of the morning.
No, with my hand in a sling.
What was you saying, Walt? I mean, because
I don't know.
I don't know what those
Oh,
guys are talking about.
yeah, I'm not really sure. We were talking about the media here, and you got to remember these guys are going for clicks and all that shit. So I can't take anything half these talking heads are even putting out there in the world, because half of it is just pure nonsense.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Because even with the Seattle game on here, we had it going for the show, and they brought up the numbers of Geno Smith last week. He was 18 for 27 with 180 yards, no touchdowns, interception, sack 6 times. Now, if that happened in Chicago, they'd be lighting the Sears Tower on fire.
Right.
You mean the Willis Tower?
Willis Tower, Sears Tower, whatever you want to call it.
I'll never forget that when we were driving into the city and Chris Watts is like, "Oh, is that the Willis Tower?" And I look at him like, "No, it's the fucking Sears Tower, Chris." He's like, "Damn, Dan."
The line from the announcer was that, well, they have to learn how to protect Geno Smith. No, we've been saying this for months, that they have to learn to protect Justin Fields, but no. It's Justin Fields' fault. He got sacked 5 times in a game, 4 times in a game, however many it was. Yeah. And I even know you were talking about the fumble issue earlier. Let's not forget who has the most fumbles in a game, and that's Trevor Lawrence. No, he's got 28 his entire career right now. I know Justin has 35. So it's not a huge differential between the two. It's just not talked about.
Oh no. I think Justin is highly scrutinized, and here's the thing that I think a lot of people are overlooking. We just signed Sweat to a 4-year contract. Tevin Jenkins is coming up. We just got TJ Edwards and Tremaine Edmonds. We go get a new quarterback. We resetting this whole thing over again. So we get a new quarterback. We're going to get a new coach, new offensive coordinator. And who's to say that the new coach is going to want these guys that we currently have? They're going to want their guys to fit their system. So you're doing a whole lot. And I don't think Justin is that far off. I mean, again, he's not perfect. He needs improvement in certain areas, but to do a reset and then to look for the right players for the right scheme and all this other stuff, we're gonna be treading our wheels all over again.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's no such thing as a perfect quarterback.
True.
That's a fact. That's just a fantasy for people. Every quarterback is something they need to work on.
Yeah.
And I don't know, but to Truth's point here, I think he's probably talking about the Keyshawn Johnson interview with was it Skip Bayless, I think is his name, where he went over. It's good if you can find it. It's actually a pretty good interview. And even with going back to the fumbles really quick, so I can just finish up on that. There was a comment on the Shannon Sharp show. He had Chad Ochocinco on there, and they were discussing the fumbles. And Chad went, the first fumble, he did protect the ball, but Daniil Hunter was just that good. When you watch it come up, you have 2 points of contact on the ball already.
Yeah.
So, given the situation he was running in, you can't really do a whole lot more. So you can protect the ball to an extent. Eventually there's always a break point where there's only so much that you can do as a player, and that goes for any quarterback, not just Justin Fields.
True.
Yeah. I noticed this though, because I looked at those fumbles, and the way he holds the ball, I don't know if you guys know this, but so when Walter Payton came into the league, he had some problems fumbling in 1975. I don't know if you remember, Pete. And Halas pulled him aside. He pulled Payton aside alone. I wish I had a football in my hands, because he's holding the ball like this.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Halas pulled him aside and he said, "Here, man, you hold the ball like this." And he put the knob of the ball in between these 2 fingers. And after that, Payton was one of the lowest fumble rate running backs in the NFL history, just by changing the way he carried the ball with one arm. And Justin doesn't carry the ball like that. I think that's something that needs to be looked at. With every player on the Bears need to go back and look at the proper way to hold the ball to get the least to have the least amount of difficulty of fumbling the ball from a hit.
Well, you got to understand, too, though, that Justin, as any other quarterback, can't hold the ball like a regular running back because
You're right.
they have their fingers on the legs that's ready to throw it. So when you're trying to escape somebody arm and you're trying to move it or whatever, you're like, you're moving it, but you still got your hand in that throwing position. So I don't get too hung up on fumbles because of the nature of what we're asking them to do. I mean, we're asking them to throw the ball at at a certain point in time, so you got to be ready to throw it. Yeah, it's something he can work on, but I'm not giving a lot of things to it. Giving better protection to where the guy's not close to him, to where you got to worry about hitting the ball anyway.
There you go. That would solve a lot of things, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I mean, because I've seen a few of our players, or a couple of our players for sure, get flat out beaten. And I'm like, whoa. I mean, what's his name? The center, Patrick, he got straight whipped. And then even Rashawn Johnson, he got beat on a play or two. And I'm like, you get these guys up in your face. I mean, I'm not asking my protectors to be perfect, but it's not just on the quarterback when some of these things happen. So a lot of these things we're going through, it's growing pains. It's growing pains, and I truly believe it's something that can get improved. I really believe that.
That was one of the big things they were been talking about, and actually I was at a meeting last night, and there's a big conversation of everybody talking about, man, the line stinks. They got to really fix the line. And I stopped 20 people in the middle of that conversation. They said, you guys really need to go back and look at the line, because in my opinion, and all the film I've watched and everybody that I've watched over the last week, we've got three of the better offensive linemen in the league, at least statistically. And then when you watch them on film, it shows up. Tevin Jenkins, man, that one play where he hit the guy Braxton was blocking, and then he took out two guys and Roshan Johnson in one play. I don't know if you remember the play.
Yeah, I remember seeing that one, but I heard about it.
That was an amazing play. You got to go back and catch that one. So Braxton Jones and Tevin Jenkins and Wright, those guys are all keepers. They're going to be top 10 offensive linemen in my opinion, man. What do you think? You think I'm wrong with that, Walt or Peach? Those three guys. I'm just bringing up those three guys right there. We'll start with them three, because this has been a big conversation all week.
You know my opinion on Tevin Jenkins.
Yes, I do.
Foremost, I'll be the conductor on the hype train for Tevin Jenkins if I have to be. I definitely think he needs to be resigned long term. Health, people think there's a bit of an issue, but when you really look at it, it's not as bad as people make it out to be.
Yeah.
But the thing is, we can't put the entire offensive line on Tevin Jenkins' back.
Right.
So,
can we just clone him?
That would be nice if we had four of them and one of them played center. 5. Go ahead, Walt. Sorry.
Braxton Jones has definitely taken a big step forward this year. I think he just needed that time in the weight room and just getting used to the game. And a lot of people are ragging on him. I know his penalties haven't been that great, but you can clean those up. He's been better against the bull rush. His pass defense has been really good the last couple of weeks. It's coming back. And Darnell Wright, I mean, I know I got on him for kicking the ball into the end zone for the safety, but you can't do that, first off. But he hasn't been too bad, and we're gonna have to take some lumps, especially having him start from day one. And especially long term. So, and he had the shoulder injury and whatnot, so that was definitely hampering him a little bit. So, yeah. I think as we move along, we'll definitely see a bigger jump, and then going into next season, he'll probably start to come into his own a lot more than he is now, which it really isn't that bad right now. So.
Right. I agree with King Booker World, who says once the center position gets sewn up, this line will be top 8. And I agree with that. I think we're on the way with the key pieces like Foster mentioned, especially the three main guys, because even Davis, he's not bad. I mean, me personally, I would love to see Tevin as a right guard because I think him and Wright next to each other would be awesome.
Yes, please.
But Nate Davis, I mean, he's doing fine. He's doing a good job. So
Right.
I can't complain.
I just left him out because he is an experienced veteran, and I expect him to even get better as we come into this next game. I expect that unit to be one step better than it was in the past 2 weeks because now they played 2 games together. 2. That's it.
Yeah.
This will be game 3. I still would love to see Dieter Eisland in the middle of that line playing center. It makes me wonder what they would look like because he was kind of a Tevin type of player, man. He was a Tevin type of guy where he's just a mauler.
I agree with you. I hate
Not
the
to
fact
be.
that we wanted to put him on a practice squad as opposed to putting him on our regular roster. I think he would have played a lot better than what Lucas Patrick is playing. I really believe that too.
We got a lot of talk here about center being an issue. Is this? I mean, who was it? It was Curtis, Cliff's friend, who was bringing it up to me in chat and text about he would like to see. I think he said Marvin Harrison with the first pick, and then a center with the second. I forgot what the third was, and I was like, no, I mean, unless the Bears have a.
Did he mean second as in the first
the
round?
second pick, yeah, the Bears' actual
nobody
pick.
Worth taking.
But that was my point to him back was not only that, but how often do you ever see a center get taken that high in the draft? I mean, you see a lot of great centers coming out of the third round constantly. So I was just proposing in chat here, a third round center, and Brian Gilmore said Adam Current in the third round. Because we have no second round pick now. I don't either, but I'm assuming he does.
Right.
I mean, if you're going to go third round center, you got to look at guys like Cedric Van Pran out of Georgia. You have Jackson Powers, Johnson out of Oregon. Is it Drake Nugent? I think out of Michigan. Bryce Foster, Texas A&M.
Bryce Foster.
And I think Zach Frazier out of West Virginia too is another one. There's a guy out of Arkansas, but I don't know. I'm not too high on him.
I don't know if Van Pran will last to the third though. The guy out of Georgia.
That's the big question. I don't know. I'm not sure.
I don't think he will.
Depends on what other teams
here. You're going to get a lot of answers. We got all these bowls coming up: the Senior Bowl, the East West Bowl, Shrine Bowl. So things are going to change real quick here with the assessment value. Assessments of players, man.
1,000%.
We go through this every year. That's why I don't like to do a draft. So I usually do my first draft the day after Christmas, and I did one earlier this year, and it's really not complete. But
hey, should we all try to get tickets to the Senior Bowl this year, guys?
Where is it?
I've been thinking about that since last year because I really wanted to go, man.
Or is it the East West Shrine? What's in Mobile, Alabama? Is that the East West or is that the
Senior Bowl?
Is that the Senior Bowl?
Let's double check that.
It was where Aldo was last year.
Well, if all those there, we're not going.
Yeah, South Alabama, Hancock Whitney Stadium.
Okay, that's the Senior Bowl.
That was last year. Let me see if they have 2024.
I looked up.
I don't know if it changes. No, it's the same place. February 3rd, 2024.
I hear people in the chat talking about Cushenberry. I mean, I think Cushenberry probably be an interesting get. I mean, I'm just curious to know how much money is he going to be trying to seek.
Yeah.
Oh, Cushenberry, is that the
center from the Broncos? I believe.
The Broncos?
I believe that's where he's at.
Okay. Yeah, didn't he get nailed with a bunch of penalties last game too? Like 3 or 4.
I think so, dude. I think so, Walt.
Anyone with the name Cush and Berry in his last name, I'll take.
I'm shocked to hear him say that. Usually it's like would be penis and Berry or something, but oh well. Now I'm going there. I think I gotta just crap. That's terrible, Dan.
Raging's talking that we should look into a 3-tech with one of those 2 first-round picks, but I think we kind of have one, or 2 even, with the guys we got this year.
That's where I'm at because I'm thinking like I'm hearing people talking about we need a 3 technique, but when I look at Jervon and then I'm looking at Walker, seem like we got our 3 technique. Even if it's not in one person, we got a combination. And even Zach can play some 3 technique. So I don't think we need to necessarily go spend a high draft pick on one, because I don't see one worth taking in the first of all. And then second of all, with the cheap options we already have on staff or on the team, I'm kind of good with that.
You know what nobody's talking about is Zach
Pickens.
Yeah,
because they got him. To me, I think they got him playing out of position. They got him playing more of the 1 technique,
right?
And I think he's more of a 3 technique, just like Javon Dexter is. I think they both 3 techniques, but they just got Zach playing more of the 1.
I want to.
I agree, Paige. What I'd like. Sorry, Dan. Give me 1 second. I'll shut up. What I'd like to see, and I brought this up, is move those guys around a little bit. Put Billings in there and put Pickens next to him. Throw Dexter on the outside with Sweat on the other side. And I'm not saying to keep it that way. I never stated to keep it that way. Just see what you got in different positions, because you never know what you're going to come up with until you try. If you don't even attempt it, you'll never have an idea of what's there. And I'm not saying to play him that way, like that's the lineup. But let's see what we got. Let's use these 6 games to see what our guys are capable of. What happens if both 2 interior linemen get hurt, and we're doing good next season, and all of a sudden Billings and Pickens go down, or Billings and Jones, whoever it is, they go down. So what do you do now? Because that's going to be our next issue. Is we're starting to get some talent, but I think we're having a problem with depth again, because that was a huge issue last year, and it's something that I hate to see. I'm tired of seeing that. Oh crap, we're done because Akeem Hicks is down. We're done. There's nobody to cover his ass. I don't want to have that problem anymore either, because we've had that problem for a decade. Oh, yeah, we'll just get some guy off the street for depth. Pray nobody gets hurt. That's not a way to do things. And Poles ain't going to do it that way. So I'm sorry for cutting you off, Walt. I got to shut up, man. I've been babbling.
That was me you cut off. It's okay.
Dan.
I just wanted to get to a question here. I started though. King Book is saying, do you guys think if they do get Harbaugh for head coach, he would want to start with a rookie QB? And I've kind of said this all along. I think that the reason why I want Harbaugh as the coach is because I think he would specifically want Justin Fields. That is, and this is where the misunderstanding came in between you and I, Walt, on that show with Lynn, where I was saying that look what he got out of Colin Kaepernick, and that is half the talent of Justin Fields. I think he would salivate to have all these picks and have Justin Fields as his talent to work with, and this offensive line. He would just scheme up things and just come up with ways to just make his talent shine like a golden orb. You know what I mean?
Dan, he already knows Fields pretty well, just from being in the Big Ten, man. He's aware of what the guy's capable of.
Right.
I mean, he had to scout him intensely. He had to scout him intensely for the seasons.
Sure.
For 2 seasons there. So
yep.
Skylark brought something up about the draft picks too, man, because I mentioned this too. If we're not going to be able to get Marvin Harrison, what's wrong with taking Malik Neighbors, man, and piling more picks for the future in this season? I'm not saying that that's who I want to get.
This one right here?
But if it comes, read that.
If not Marvin Harrison Jr. pick for the Bears, what about Malik Neighbors, wide receiver, LSU? Xavier, is it Leggett, wide receiver, South Carolina. Johnny Wilson, wide receiver, Florida State. I mean, I think my personal opinion is, without knowing much about those other guys and only knowing about Marvin Harrison, that I can't see anyone being more of a transcendent talent than Marvin Harrison.
Agreed.
So, I mean, he's like, it's amazing to me that I remember my buddy telling me when Jesus, what's his name? He was drafted by the Randy Moss. He's like, oh, you're gonna love this kid coming into college. I watched all of his high school tape and blah blah blah. And I was watching him at Marshall, like, man, this is I can't believe all these teams passed on him. Like if that draft happened over again, you could easily say that Randy Moss could have gone number 1 in that draft, right? Should we pull it up and see what that draft was? I mean, I can pretty much say that either he's 1 or 2, right? He's in the top 3.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, so let's pull up that draft. I'm going to look for it. What was that? 19 Randy Moss draft.
I was just going to say, Dan, I know you don't know as much, but if you're not going to get Marvin Harrison Jr., go watch some tape on Malik Neighbors, dude. Go watch some film on that, dude.
Okay,
I'm
I will.
not saying he's Marvin Harrison, but there's probably 3-4 really good wide receivers in this class at the top of that draft.
Okay,
and
so
they just don't get any. They don't get any promotion because of how great Marvin Harrison. Go look at the guy. I mean, fucking amazing. Right. So that's one of the reasons you're not hearing about these guys. If Marvin Harrison wasn't in the draft, there's 3 other guys right now that you'd be getting billing on all 3 of them.
I wonder if some of the affection or attraction for Marvin Harrison is also the fact that him and Fields probably played a year together.
Yeah.
So they probably have some chemistry that people are wanting.
I mean, that's not in my mind. But let me stand corrected on this really quick. 1998 was the Randy Moss draft. That was Peyton Manning, Ryan Leaf. It went in this order: 1 to 4, 1 to 5. I'll go 1 to 5. Peyton Manning, Ryan Leaf, Andre Wadsworth, Charles Woodson, Curtis Enos. Randy Moss was 21.
Curtis Enos. Unapologetic truth. Neighbors is a monster.
Yeah, I mean,
nobody's aware of him just because of Marvin Harrison. I'm serious.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean,
plenty of people are aware of him, Foster.
People,
you're
the
right.
second wide receiver in the draft.
Not the casual fans. They're just not, man. Well, you're right, because they are aware of Neighbors. They're probably not aware of the other guys, because when I watch all this stuff and I get on Twitter, it's always Marvin Harrison, and then you have underneath Neighbors, and who's the other guy? Well, the third guy that's in there.
It depends. Do you want to put it as Leggett, or do you want Adunzo, out of Washington?
Adunzo, I think, is the one that's gotten more talk as the third guy in what I'm seeing. I just couldn't remember his name.
Well, I think
Skylark's got a bunch of stuff on here about all these receivers. If you want a little bit on them,
once the pro days comes about, I think you're going to start hearing more about these other receivers, and that may lessen Marvin Harrison's demand. So we probably could get him a little bit later. So we probably can get him at maybe the 5th pick, because other players are being risen up. So me personally, like I said, I think the factuation with Marvin Harrison is over him and Justin perhaps playing together before. But bottom line is, we do need another receiver, be it a big one. We don't need a 6 foot or under guy. We need a taller guy to be on the opposite side of DJ.
Oh, then you want this guy, Pete, Johnny Wilson, 6'7", 4'4", 2.
That's tall.
He's a little bigger than
bad out of Florida, but
damn.
Yeah.
The problem with him and guys like Leggett is they don't have the separation skills that a Marvin Harrison Jr. does.
Yeah.
You're kind of getting the total package with him. Even Neighbors, like PJ, you said, we don't need a guy who's 6 feet, 190, 2-0. We already kind of have that with DJ Moore. We need that big body receiver who can go up and like Chase Claypool should have been.
Right.
Yeah. Correct.
That was the idea.
And the other concern with Neighbors is a lot of people are saying he's got motor issues. And is he going to last across a 16-game season?
Well, we don't need another Claypool if he has motor issues.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not bad. They're not bad receivers, but I mean, Marvin Harris isn't making it to the 5th pick. That just isn't happening.
Yeah.
Either he gets snagged up at 2 by the Cardinals, or we take him at 1 if we have the number 1, draft pick. It would be bad there. But I mean, you got to hope that maybe Arizona trades back for somebody that needs a quarterback, and then you have the luxury of maybe going to 3 and getting Marvin Harrison Jr. there. But I don't know. And even Anapologist brings up this other wide receiver, Abuka from Ohio State. Marvin Harrison Jr. put all those numbers he did this year with this man on his flank on the other side.
Yeah. Yep.
So it's not like teams where he was the only one option. They had 2, and a good running back to go to. So to put up that kind of production with all those other weapons on Ohio and in Ohio State, I know people say, "Well, it's just the Ohio State hype factory." Like, no, it's not. This kid's the real deal.
Yeah. And even LSU has got like 4 receivers on that team. I think somebody even brought that up in the chat. It's not just Malik Neighbors on that team either. Again, that's why it's a team game, right? I mean, there's no doubt. There's no doubt when you look at it on film that Marvin Harrison Jr. is the elite of this draft class.
He's a stud.
There's no doubt.
He's definitely a stud.
But
he's generational, right? I mean, he's a Randy Moss type. You're not going to find many of those. Barring injury, he's a Hall of Famer. It looks to be right now. Of course, people thought the same thing about Ryan Leaf, but he didn't have the same, pedigree and family and all that. So, I mean, I think he's a surefire hit if there ever was one. I think we all agree on that, right?
Well, he has good pedigree, and he has good numbers. So he seems like a surefire, can't miss guy.
Yeah, and that's even said he did it with an average quarterback this year.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep. Absolutely, Raz.
So, I mean, I think that I heard you say it the Sunday when I was in New Orleans. If Marvin's there and you're at 1, take him.
We did.
Because now you've left quarterbacks on the board. Like somebody else might, it could be, depending on the order, there could be a tackle that goes somewhere in there,
See,
to us, and we can actually trade down again for a quarterback. Who knows?
See, that's where I differ from Walt. I mean, I appreciate Walt's conviction of wanting to just take him at 1. I'm not on that boat. I'm not gonna lie. I'm greedy. I would rather try to trade back and get more draft capital and then try to hopefully get him at 3 or something like that. But I understand Walt's point, though. I mean, Walt says if you see him, grab him. So I get it. I do, but I just don't agree with that philosophy.
I think that's exactly what Poles is going to do, Pete. Because he wants to turn this over again and have 2 first-rounders next year, man.
Yes.
Why not? Why not?
It's going to come to a point, though, guys, where you have to start taking these high-end players because you're not going to get another chance at them. You could have 3, 4 first-round picks and not see, another guy like this ever again. You are now have a luxury going into next year of 2 first-round draft picks. One being extremely high. The other one right now, we don't know where it's going to fall. So, we'll have to see where that goes.
It's going to become a big proponent is if they win this week or the next time they play, because that'll be the first time. So the first time that they actually beat a NFC North opponent, and then if they win again after the bye against the Lions, it'll be not only 2 NFC North opponents in a row, but it'll be 2 games in a row. The 2 games in a row thing is the thing that I want to see. We're sitting here talking about all this and that, but they can't even win 2 games in a row. If they can this next game, that'll be flipping this conversation a lot, won't it?
Oh yeah, if they win next week, our second pick probably be around the 10th, something like that. I mean, that's why I told you guys I won't be too upset about us losing because I'm looking at draft capital because I know we don't have a shot of winning a Super Bowl this year. So whether we finish 12th or first in losses doesn't really. I mean, the only thing matters is trying to get the higher draft pick because I just don't see us making the playoffs. So we're not going to make the playoffs. I'd rather get the number 1 draft pick or the 1 and 2 draft pick. That's where I'm at. I mean, I understand we need wins for keep Fields around possibly and all these other things, but in a grand scheme of things, getting more draft capital to get more talented players here. That's where I'm at.
Well, I mean, to your credit, that does make sense logically, BJ. It does. But let's look at another team that had a ton of draft capital, and that's the Cleveland Browns. What have they done?
Now, can I say this to answer that question for you, Walt? I think
I can add to that the Lions too. They had that string of three wide receivers in a row. Just go ahead.
I trust Poles more than I trust their GMs, and I trust Poles enough to get us the talent we need, and I want to trust Poles to get us the right coach. If it's not Eberflus, to take us into the promised land. So I have more faith in what Poles can do with that draft capital than what those other teams did with theirs.
Okay. Solid answer.
And Laz throws in there, hey, if they happen to beat Detroit, they may win out. Look at that schedule.
Very, very possible. Very possible.
It changes the draft completely for us.
Oh, I agree. Because Browns, I heard, may be without Myles Garrett. Cardinals are the Cardinals. Falcons, they're nothing to scare about. Packers may be an issue based on the fact that mental psychology thing we got going against them.
That's a loss.
Shut up, Dan. The Browns game. Remember when we did the thing, Peach, at the beginning when we did this, our prediction, we all, the Browns. Well, there's no Deshaun Watson. If Myles Garrett is out,
right.
I mean, we don't even know who's quarterback in that because it could be who did they just bring in? They just brought what's his name?
Joe Flacco, isn't it?
Yeah, they brought Flacco out of mothballs. So, but DTR.
Wait a second. I thought he was the quarterback's coach.
DTR.
I heard him talking about it. I was like, I wasn't watching the game. I just heard them talking about Flacco. I was like, okay, Flacco must be one of their coaches.
No, they actually. There's footage of him in practice now, and they're running through the plays with him. So he might be quarterback in that game against us.
Wow.
That'd be bad for them because he's a Statue of Liberty back there with our pass rush now. Pretty impressed.
But look at what DTRs. I mean, they're not. They were a team that could have taken that division, especially with what's happened to Cincinnati. Or not taking the division, but been there because that's such a tough division. If you look, I think all those teams are like 500 or above. And without what?
Go ahead. Keep going.
I was just saying without Watson, you look at all the games like they managed to beat Frisco. I think they won 3 games on late minute field goals. And that's because their defense is going to be our issue. Are we going to be able to score points against that defense? So, But that is now a winnable game as if you remember when we did the consensus. I think that was all 5 of us agreed that was a loss.
The Browns?
So, before the season, when we looked at it, we got to that game and everybody just went, oh, that's a loss.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken. And now I look at that game going, if our offense has improved even a little more over the, you look at the Lions game, the Vikings game, the Lions game coming up. And if we can continue to progress and not those minor set, I hope we don't run 32 bubble screens in the Browns game because they're the quick defense.
Honestly,
they're not going to do it with 7 guys in the box. They're going to do it with 4 guys and maybe a blitz here.
Look at this actual record here. Look at this, guys. The only thing we were really actually wrong on was the first 4 games. We predicted win, loss, win, and it was loss. But then we predicted a win against the Commanders. We predicted a win against the Vikings that was a loss. We predicted a win against the Raiders that was a win. Chargers was a loss.
On the Saints.
Yep. Win on the Panthers, loss on the Lions. We predicted a loss on this Vikings game, and we won it. So we made up one of those other losses, right?
Well,
now look at the rest of the season. We had win, loss, and then win out. So if we can win out, like you're saying,
that's was Laz was saying that. I just brought up his point, and I'm agreeing with it. But you go back, we could have won the Bucks game. We could have won the Broncos game.
Oh, we should have won the Bucks game.
We could have won the Saints. We could have beat the Saints.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, coulda, shoulda, woulda, but it's
for the most part though, we're on schedule here pretty much, except for those first 4 games.
Yeah, and Dan's just kidding himself because we lost those games. Sorry, Dan.
Yeah, well, we only lost 3 of them out of 4.
But this was like last season though. When we would talk about last season, there was what 7 or 8 games we could have won.
Yeah,
with nowhere near the talent that is on the team a year later. I mean, there's much better talent. So,
Can I address what I think it was Mark Kazak what he had to say? He said, PJ. No, he said, PJ, the city needs the Bears to win out. Now, I agree with you, Mark. I'm just saying I wouldn't be mad if we did lose out for the higher draft pick, but I think for people to remain sane, yes, we have to win out, and we have to have a better record. But if we're really wanting to get talent on this team, the best option is to lose out. But I get it. Trust me, I get what you're saying. That's all I wanted to say. Thanks, guys.
all right. Well, thank you for joining us, PJ. Have a good night. So,
but you don't want to lose, man. We just don't want to lose. We're not. This isn't last year. We need to build this winning chemistry, and this was the year we were supposed to do that. So, and I get what you're saying, but we just want Carolina to lose out. That's the biggie. Yeah. It is, man. We want them to lose out. Who can disagree with me that's a Bears fan? Nobody. Not on that one.
I'm laughing at what Curtis is saying here. This is Cliff's buddy. Hey, Dan, the man. Cliff was telling me that you were telling everybody that Curtis said to pick a center in this with the second pick. That isn't what I said. I said sign the free agent center from Miami.
That's close.
No, that was after I told you that no, we're not going to draft a center with the second pick in this draft if it's that high. I said you would typically want to get if you're going to draft a center, it'd be like in the 3rd round or something like that, 2nd to 3rd round. And then you said that, and I said, yeah, that's a good idea. I can pull up the text right now, buddy. I can put the text on the air if you want, my friend.
Hey, Curtis, I got this covered, dude. Don't sweat it.
I got
get rid of
for
Dan, man.
To address the second pick of the first round for me, I'm all in on trying to draft a defensive end, as well as still signing a defensive end. I want 3 solid defensive ends. That's what I really want. But just in case one of them goes down with injury or whatever, or whatever the case may be, good rotation. But I want 3 solid defensive ends.
Somebody gets tired because they've been in there for 20 plays in a row. There's multiple.
Well, I know if we was to keep Flus has a good rotation with his guys anyway. That's what I'm saying. Give me 3 first round draft picks at defensive end. Let's say, for example, we have Sweat. Give me Chase Young. He's a first rounder, and give me a drafted first rounder. So we got 3 first rounders as defensive ends. That's a good rotation. No matter who the 4th defensive end may be, we'll be solid in our pass rush throughout the whole game.
I was every time Dan tried to come in, I was watching him on the little screen. He'd go to hit to get in, and I hit. As soon as he hit it, I tapped him out. I didn't let him come in like 4 times in a row.
I think that was actually Walt doing that, and you were doing that, because then the 5th time was when I did it, and you kicked me out.
Oh, I thought it was.
I was sitting back here trying to read Curtis's text so I can prove him wrong, but we're kind of both even. I'm telling him right now. Go ahead, go on. I'm typing this to Curtis.
Curtis is awesome, man.
I'll just say, what the fuck? Why am I typing it? Curtis said, I thought I might. I think we need 4 things to change this team. Number 1, draft Harrison. Number 2, draft or pick up an awesome center. That's where we both. It's a wash. I thought you said draft a center. You also did say or pick up, but then you went on to say when I said we're not really going to draft a center with the 2nd pick if it's the 5th or 7th pick in the draft. Then you said the Miami Dolphins have a good center. Has a good center that's going to be a free agent. So What are you trying to sort up fucking crap here, Cliff? What's going on?
No, it's Curtis.
No, Cliff texted Curtis and told Curtis this to get Curtis on here to start this crap.
Yeah. And where is Cliff now? I don't see him in the chat anymore either.
Yeah, where is Cliff? He's on his phone texting Curtis right now.
Yes, he's laughing at the whole thing, the bastard.
You might be making a meatloaf.
I was just gonna say that, PJ. You may be making a meatloaf. It is 11:05 down there in Florida. It's about that time.
Well, it was exactly 12:05 Eastern time when he said I'm putting it. So he's like, yeah, he's getting it ready right now.
He's getting it prepped because at 12:05 he's got to go out and vacuum the lawn. It's been kind of dewy in Florida.
I think that as far as center position, that's going to, again, my philosophy on what we should do in trading back. So if we trade back, we can hopefully in that hole be able to pick up a second rounder. That's where I pick up that guy from Georgia because I don't think it lasts to the third. That Van Fram or whatever his name is. Pick him up as our center in the second.
Cliff just answered. He made Galletas sausage and peppers tonight, so he's already done. A little bit early to be finished already, Cliff, man. You know what the hell, man.
You guys ever have boudin or boudin sausage? I picked. Oh man. Oh God, guys! I haven't told you this story. I have to tell you this story. I've been meaning to tell you this. So in New Orleans,
wait, is there a penis involved? Pictures of a dick or anything?
It's a Packer fan. Close enough. Where'd you go? I want to hear you laugh. What are you talking? Okay. So it's our second night there. We got there on Saturday before Thanksgiving. It's our second night. We were in New Orleans. We came back. We were camping there. We're at our campsite. We find a Mexican restaurant. So we drive there like 2 blocks away. We order some food. They're like, okay, it'll be 20 minutes. We're like, oh, okay. There's a bar right next door. So we just like, let's just go in and get a drink while we wait for our food. So we go in there. We walk in. There's literally 2 people in there. And as soon as I walk in, this dude turns around from the bar and he's like, oh, I can't get away from you fucking guys. You fucking Bears fans. Because I was wearing my Bears hat. I can't get away from you Bears fans. You're fucking everywhere. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, I can't get away from you fuckers. Everywhere I go, you fucking Packer fans are here. I take off my hat. I slam it down on the floor. And he's like, fuck you. And I'm like, fuck you. And then we both were like, hey, what's up, man? It's nice to meet you.
You guys drinking at all?
He was about to leave. Him and his wife were about to leave the bar. They had been drinking all night. And we were in New Orleans all night and had an Uber ride home. And we were just like 2 blocks away to order food. Hold on, PJ. I know where you're going. Hold on. Just let me finish the story. So we were just waiting for food. And so he was hammered. We were like in a good spot. So he's like, I'm going to get this guy. I'm going to buy them a drink. So he buys us a drink. And we ended up sitting there hanging out with the Packer fan from Milwaukee for like 40 minutes when our food was going to be ready in 20. And it was a free drink on him. And that's why as much as we hate the Packers, and we hate to say the word hate, but as much as we dislike the Packers and dislike Packers fans, we have the same love for our team in common, and we are very close to each other geographically. So it's like, I don't know. It's like a love-hate relationship in a way. I worked with a Packer fan for years. We went to many games together, and it was a love-hate relationship. And that was just the perfect example that night. Sorry, I wanted to tell you guys this story because it was so funny. Just the way that, like, in a New Orleans bar with nobody in there but the 4 of us, the bartenders are just like watching this going, what in the hell is going on right now? I like take off my hat. I slam it on the floor like, you guys, I can't escape you guys. And anyway, the point of this story was this sausage. It's a New Orleans sausage, I think, called boudin sausage. It's a rice sausage. You guys are talking about sausage. That's why I got into that. Oh, my goodness. Delicious. Look it up.
I just want to know one
fucking story for that, but just
I just want to know when you guys was in the midst of doing your loving there, did one of y'all break out a banjo? That's all I want to know.
Yeah. Yeah. I actually had the banjo in my truck, so I pulled it out and we played the banjo.
Yeah, I kind of figured that. Yeah.
And not to be an ass or anything. Well, I guess I am, but how is the truck?
It's in the shop.
Still in the shop?
No, I didn't tell you that story. So the truck got in the shop on the 6th of this month of November, and they've had it since then. And so then they gave me a rental for my insurance, and I needed a truck to pull my camper to New Orleans for this week, right? So I rent a truck. I tell them specifically that I need this to pull my camper to go to New Orleans. So I need this exact truck because my tow package is hooked up. It's calibrated to this vehicle. Mm-hmm. Okay. Go to pick up the car, the truck. They're like, oh no, you can't rent a truck here that you can tow a vehicle with or tow anything with. We were like, wait, what? They're like, no, you have to go to Enterprise truck rental. Like, are you fucking kidding me? So I had to get like a 3,500 diesel with a big sticker on the doors that said Enterprise rent a truck to pull my camper to frickin' New Orleans and back. Looking like, dude, this thing had an 8-foot bed on it too, you know? Yeah. 4-door, 8-foot bed. This thing was massive. And I'm driving around downtown in New Orleans on these one-way roads that are meant for horses. You know, it was like, what? It was rough. But got back home safe, returned the truck, and I'm just waiting for my truck to get fixed in the shop. Probably, sometime in the next 8 months.
Yeah. He'll have it in time for when he comes up next year for that Bears game when Chris comes in.
Yeah. I'm supposed to go to Florida in like 3 weeks for the next 3 months. But the truck won't be ready, so it's gonna be a problem. If only
there's worse things that could happen, I guess.
If only Lower Wacker didn't exist. You guys, my wife's like, I'm like, what is he doing on Lower Wacker? Like, he shouldn't be done. Like, why didn't you fucking say something to everyone in chat? You were in chat. Say, get out of Lower Wacker.
How about just texting you on the phone? Hey, Dan, don't drive down there.
Even better, yeah.
I digress. Raging Oracle said, PJ, Raging Oracle said, we are not fine at 3 Tech yet. We are hanging the kids. We're hoping the kids get better, but there is not a Pro Bowl level player on the interior.
Now, to respond to that, I agree. There's not a Pro Bowler yet. However, if we go out and get a 3 Tech, you're going to stunt the growth of Javon Dexter, as well as stunt the growth of Zach Pickens. And then you're going to have very limited use of what you're going to do with Walker. So that's what I'm saying. Instead of trying to go out and grab another piece like that, we can then use our draft capital in other areas. Because even the kid from Illinois, I know Foster disagrees with me on this, but I think if Eberflus was interested in a 3 technique like that, we would have got the guy from Northwestern last year. So that guy didn't go to the 4th round. So Eberflus passed on him multiple times. So he's not interested he wanted a long or a tall 3 technique. That's why he got Javon Dexter. So I don't just see us being able to grab one like that. I mean, the only one I can think of to come to mind is Chris Jones and Buckner for Indianapolis Colts. And I don't want neither one of them because of their age, because again, we're building this thing and I don't want to have no mature guy already. By the time the other guys catch up, they'll be on their decline.
And they've got another 6 games to grow.
Correct.
These guys that we've got, man. Let them play. Let them play as much as they physically can.
Yeah.
Let them learn.
Now, I love Tommy Harris. I mean, Tommy Harris is my favorite Bears of all time. He is my favorite Bears player of all time.
Wait.
Yes, Tommy Harris.
Of all time?
I actually met him, talked to him. So yes, he's my favorite Bear player of all time. So I love the guy, but I don't think Eberflus would take a Tommy Harris type player because he's not tall enough for the scheme he wants to run out of the 3 technique.
Man, I'd love to have a clone. The 2 clones I want are Tommy Harris and Peanut Tillman. Give me 2 of those 2 guys, man.
I mean, I can't fault you for that, but of all time, I mean, he should have been a Hall of Famer without injury, but of all time?
Well, it's because of my personal interaction with him. So,
fair enough.
So that's why, I mean, I've met a few Bears players. I mean, I like Walter. I love Gale Sayers and Dick Butkus growing up. I mean, those was my heroes growing up. But there was people that I've never met. To actually meet Tommy Harris and talk to him, I'm like, man, okay, this dude is a really good dude.
Wait. So you're saying that Erik Kramer is now not your favorite Bear of all time?
I've never met him.
You just met him tonight?
Not in person.
You just talked to him for 40 minutes?
Not in person. Well, actually, I didn't do the talking. You guys did.
Oh.
You got me wrong. You got me wrong. You got me wrong.
I didn't say anything because I knew that was all coming. I just let PJ go right into it. I knew it was coming, man. I knew it. Yep. Oh, but hey, PJ, don't be too proud because it's only Dan. Not like you're catching big fish. It's just Dan. You got to put it into perspective, my friend. Put it into perspective.
He shoots. He scores.
If I let you start asking questions at the beginning, he would have never have come back. He would have been on there for 3 hours.
He would have been wanting to join the show.
Yeah, we'd have been like, I was supposed to be out of here on a hard 40 minutes. It's been 3 hours.
And he would be like, you know what, guys? I just want to be a part of you every week.
What was it? What was you?
He would have been like, I want to be a part of you guys' team every week. I mean, PJ make me feel so at home. I just want to be here all the time now.
He'll be back. Erik will be back.
Well, then he can actually get into his real, true interrogation.
Absolutely.
Well, I actually only had one question for him, like I told you. That was what do you feel about Justin Fields? I mean, everything else we already know pretty much about Erik. I mean, he's a good guy. He's a good dude. So,
yeah. Sorry, I'm just laughing at Cliff here. 4 hours ago to set the record.
Go cook some more, Cliff.
He's like, I just put the meatloaf in. I got to get the mashed potatoes ready. Come on, guys. 4 hours. Let's go.
Man, I'm trying to tell you. But no, I mean, that's where I'm at with the 3 techniques. I mean, it's the engine that makes this defense run. But with what we're doing with the 2 guys, especially Javon Dexter and Walker, they're doing a good job at 3 technique. I mean, and then Sweat's the multiplier, like people have been talking about. I mean, to Foster's credit, once again, Foster talked him up way before I did, so I give Foster his credit. He's been a player for us. He has really been a player for us, and I still would love to see him opposite Chase Young. I would love to see those 2 guys, and man, see what this defense can really do.
Could not disagree with Billings in the middle, and then let's just say Dexter there at the 3 man. We might have something insane.
Exactly, absolutely.
It could be flashback to seasons long ago, man. With those,
agreed. I totally agree with that.
Now, Pete. Now I'm in your corner. We can get Chase Young if it's doable and the deal's right.
Yeah.
Then we don't have to even worry about. We still draft another 3 tech.
Well, I would draft a 3 tech after I draft another defensive end.
We draft another defensive end because we got two of the guys that he can learn stuff from.
Exactly.
And then you're prepping for the day when Sweat's not here anymore.
Yep.
I just Poles has got all this stuff in his own mind. I know it. I know.
I got to make a phone call tonight. I want to let him know what.
He's going to finally wait. He hasn't talked to Poles. He hasn't, by my watch, and I'm not wearing one. He hasn't talked to Poles in months.
You know,
months. They've only been texting, no conversations. So what's going on there, Pete?
PJ's holding out, man. He was the actual 850th subscriber to his own channel, and he's got Ryan Poles in his phone.
Well, yeah,
you can just get on that, and
But the problem is,
you're failing. Come on.
Him and I had a disagreement over Chase Claypool. I told him not to get him, and he did it anyway. So him and I had a falling out about that. So
Well, that's what I told him. I told Poles, and I actually sent this through McCasty. I was like, dude, just take the chance. People are going to pitch if it goes wrong, but if it goes right, he's the perfect mold for that position. And then I said, if something happens, dude, just make him a tight end. But they wouldn't even listen to me. Now Miami's got that idea. But whatever, whatever. That's it. I've had it. I'm fucking, man, you guys. I'm really upset.
The only guy I know be taking himself out.
I don't know why I'm upset. I'm not. I'm joking around.
We can tell your beard is turning purple.
Uh-oh.
This thing is becoming a pain, man. And here's the worst part. Look at this shit. I got a real. He really
problem,
is Santa.
He really is Santa.
I've got about 5 little kids that I've been talking to on the phone, and don't go there, PJ. They believe that, well, it's friends, their grandkids that I'm talking to, because they're like, oh, look, I got a special guest. I got a surprise for you. Joey, come here. I have Santa Claus on the phone.
Santa, yeah.
So I've literally been doing this with kids, and I've got like 5 kids who really believe I'm Santa Claus, because they're going, well, do you know what we did today in school? And I'm like, yeah, you decorated your classroom for Christmas. And she's going, I said, are you guys done with decorating for Christmas? Yeah, we're done. I said, no, you're not. You're going to have some surprises coming up. And she's sitting there going, well, my teacher did say we have one more thing coming up, because I know they were going to put the 25-day calendar up in schools. They used to do it every Christmas. So I'm waiting to talk to my friend's granddaughter next week, because I'm hoping they put the calendar up so I could just say it, because I've been guessing on stuff with these kids for like a week now, and the miracles happen because I've been right, and I'm just going off of what I remember from 50 years ago.
Anybody got a package of M&Ms? I'm waiting for somebody to say he really does exist.
What's cool is like that you're like the parents, that you're friends with that are doing this with you. They're giving you the information so that it makes it seem real to them. That's going to be so cool. Then when you are actually Santa Claus to them, and you can actually relay that same information to them, dude, that's going to be so fun.
You know what? I'm going to have to remember, because I've gotten no information. It's just been guessing, and I've guessed right.
Oh shit!
So I'm gonna now I got to call them in advance, because you shouldn't have said this, because now I'm going to call everybody up Sunday and try and get information from them. There goes 3 hours of my Sunday. Well, the Bears aren't on, so
at least Bears not playing, so you'll be fine.
Oh goodness!
Yeah.
But seriously, that would be, if you're not doing that, that's a great idea. Then you have those, kids thinking that you are really Santa Claus, that you actually know this information about them, and then you play Santa Claus for them.
Two of them I'm really scared, because it's gone so far with, and they're like 5 and 6 years old, and I'm like, oh man, I'm gonna mess these kids up.
That's if they see you smoking, huh?
No. I did not do that when I was on FaceTiming the kids.
Oh, okay.
I didn't smoke in front of them. So
all right, cool.
Of course not.
All right.
I even was trying not to smoke not in front of Eric tonight.
I don't even remember seeing you smoke a cigarette at all tonight.
Well, when you ain't been paying attention.
I think it was the last show. There was a show or two ago where I noticed you hadn't smoked for like so long. I was like, did he quit? And then you lit one up. I was like, nope.
I've been monitoring my smoking intake because it's becoming a problem. I've got to get rid of it. By the end of this year, I'm going to get rid of it. So.
But I'll tell you what I did again. I filled up every ashtray that I had, and I packed them full when I was smoking. When I decided I was going to quit, and then I filled every one of those ashtrays full of water, and I put one everywhere in my house. I put one on my coffee table, my kitchen table, my island, my bedroom, everywhere. And anytime that I wanted a cigarette, I would just go and turn and smell that water-filled ashtray of cigarette butts. And I'd be like, God, they're so fucking disgusting. And then I would just move on. And then I haven't smoked
in my house in 15 years. I don't smoke in my house. This is like the only room I smoke because I've got it divided from the rest of this house.
Well, that's where all the dead bodies are, so it helps the smell.
Right. That's what DJ's just got it. Yep. DJ's going, yep.
I concur. Yeah.
You don't even have to say it. I saw it by the hand movement.
Hey.
And Walt's just going, man, would you guys shut the fuck up? I want to talk some more Bears. You're not kidding, Cliff. You're not kidding, man.
Chew gum, it worked for me too.
Like cigarettes, they just keep adding shit to make cigarettes more addictive. They've been doing it for decades.
Yeah.
I know there's a reason why I never started.
I've done candy. I've done toothpicks. I've been hypnotized. I did acupuncture. And I come out of all that being a little messed up, and then I go have a cigarette.
Have you ever had those anal beads? The anal bead therapy?
Oh my gosh. It's time to go. He said anal beads. What in the world's going on?
You pulled the wrong guy.
I didn't pull anybody. I didn't pull nobody. This dude said anal beads. What?
He said anal beads. When he said anal beads, I just assumed the show was over and I left.
Man.
Because I'm not on that show. Dan. Sorry.
Jeez.
Is that a new show you started? Is that
you tried everything. I was just wondering if you tried the anal bead therapy.
So, guys,
our future guests looking at this show going, what do they be talking about?
Yeah. Eric's going to go back and watch this and say, oh, I guess I'm never going on that show again now.
Right. Like, what in the world are you talking about?
Wait, I was on that show? Oh, my God. Remind me, hon. Matter of fact, put them on the blacklist. I'm never going back on BCP ever again. Those guys are disgusting, man. This guy's got a smoke all over his beard. The other guy's talking about anal beads. Then they're talking about sausages. What the hell?
Gee.
Are you done? Are you done with the anal bead shit? No, we'll phone back off. You don't need to be here yet. Oh my goodness. Even Skylark said to get rid of you, Dan. Kick him off. He's disgusting.
Oh God. Oh man. I love a good laugh.
Yeah.
Scarlet 99.
I'm with Mark Kazak, man. I hate the freaking Cowboys too. What did they come back and win?
I hate using the word hate. But I do hate the Packers, and I think I hate the Cowboys. It might just be very much disliked, but I definitely hate the Packers.
I hate using the word hate.
Me too, but I hate the Packers.
I'm just saying that's what you just said.
Yeah.
I dislike the Cowboys, and I can't stand the Packers. How's that, Beach? Did I clean it up for you?
Hey, you can hate what you hate. I mean, I'm not mad at your hate, but I just find it kind of funny that Dan said I hate using the word hate.
I very much dislike using the word hate, but I hate the Packers.
Yeah, I just sum it up with Cliff's words. Fuck Green Bay. That's what he said.
Yeah.
That way there's no hate. It's just what it
is. Scarlett's saying he's saying I'm on a doobie high. No. I don't smoke doobies.
And the realization of depression sets in. No.
Right.
Just bongs, not doobies.
I don't smoke that. I smoke bongs.
Yeah. There's no doobies here, man.
Doobie is too much. It's too much product in there. You know, a bong is much less. I strongly dislike the Cowboys and the Packers. Thank you, Mark. Yes.
Mark is the man.
The mayhem. I will always hate the Packers. I do. I hate the Packers. I hate the Packers. Not their fans. I hate the Packers.
And some of their fans. That's not my opinion.
And some of their fans, yes. But for the most part.
I got it. I was on a podcast that the guy's a Packers fan, and we weren't even talking Packers. We were talking basketball. And they were talking about how basketball is so much better today than it was back in the 90s, and it's a tougher game.
What?
It's a tougher game, and all this stuff is what they're saying.
Okay.
And these guys now are better than those guys in the 80s and the 90s. And I voiced my opinion, and all I got was, "You're a liar. You're full of shit. You don't know what you're talking about. Go out on a basketball court today and play some basketball, and you'll see that today's game is much better." So I just said, I'm not going to sit here and take abuse. I'm unsubscribing, and I'm just not coming back here. And they still, I kind of clicked on by accident 3 days later, and they were still talking about me. Yeah, that old white guy from fucking wherever. You don't fucking know.
What podcast was this?
Palace podcast. It's a Green Bay Packers and a baskalball podcast. But we were talking basketball.
You should have told them that you should have just said, "Yeah, I just did yesterday."
I almost did, but I'm like, I'm not going to waste my time. So I'm done. But I just felt, I was like, so you guys, you're supposed to be open to hearing all these opinions from everybody. But the minute I give you my opinion, now I'm a liar and I'm full of crap. And I just kept saying, well, you can think what you want and you can call me a liar, but I'm not lying. And then I said, I'm like, but you guys don't even show your faces either. So that's another reason that I don't think I need to be talking to you on this podcast, because you don't even want to. You could talk all this crap, but you're afraid to even show your face. I tried to go on 5 times, and I got on once, showed my face, and I never got to talk, so I just left.
Oh, that's another one of those podcasts.
We were talking basketball. This was all basketball, Pete.
That's another one of those podcasts where the hosts don't show their faces.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm a former basketball player, so I'm inclined to know about basketball, but I just don't too much care about it now. Although I do have 2 grandsons playing for high school basketball.
So guys, I don't know if you guys know this. I wanted to bring this up. It was just brought to my attention that I guess Tevin Jenkins won the NFL's Week 12 Way to Play award today.
Nice. I did not know that either. Did that just come out? Was it out earlier?
9 hours ago.
On Twitter?
No, it was on the Bears page.
I still should have caught that. Wow.
Well,
congratulations, Tevin Jenkins. Well deserved. And I'm telling you, if you go back and you watch just that one play alone should have got him that award. Because not only did he take out
put it on his personal Instagram first.
Because not only did he take out
which play? I'm thinking of 3, Foster.
No, there's one play where he takes out Braxton Jones' guy, then he takes out his guy, and he takes out Patrick's guy, and also takes out Roshan Johnson. He took out 4 guys, including Roshan, in one play, in like a second.
The Commanders game?
No, in the
last game? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Have you guys watched the All 22 yet?
No.
Okay. So you'll see it if you look at that.
I think, seeing as we are giving out congratulations, let me give a congratulations out to my grandson. He made honorable mention for the local newspaper all area team last week. And then this week, today, he made the defensive all defensive team for the local news reporter take on news. So yes, congratulations to Patrick Jordan III. You, sir, are my hero.
And you're the third.
Is that on a local Peoria newscast?
Jim Matson. You can look it up. His name is Jim Matson.
I can find it. I can stream that interview if it's on there. Excellent. Cool. All right, where are we at? We're going to get back to Bears?
I wanted to go to what Raging said here. Aaron Rodgers' new book, Bear Daddy, tells how he paid Getsy under the table to call 3 straight wide receiver screens for 3 weeks in a row.
You know, I used to think it was just a joke with Getsy and being a former Packer guy, but I'm really beginning to think they must have got something working there because his play calls, man, is pretty bad. It's pretty bad.
Peach, that's why he changed it up at the end. He only called those last plays at the end to help the damn Packers.
Oh man, I'm telling you, it's like
because the Bears had to win this to help the Packers. Bear Daddy, I got to read that book, Raging.
Oh, it's hilarious.
I will burn it shortly thereafter if he wrote it.
Man,
Mark's asking a good question.
You see, he's on the 21-day window to come back already.
That's amazing.
Rodgers.
That's really amazing.
Yeah, that's impressive.
I'm telling you, that's amazing.
The hallucinogenics must be fooling him.
Something's working because, man. But thank you, Cliff, and thank you, Mark Kazak. Appreciate that, man. I'm very proud of my boys, man. They doing well this year in high school. So thank you.
Yeah, congratulations, PJ. Seriously,
I appreciate it.
I mean, you guys. What did Peoria ended up? Peoria or Joliet South? What did they
lost to Joliet Central? Joliet Central.
Yeah. But what did Joliet ended up doing?
They got second place.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they got second place.
So
they lost to the team we lost to last year.
Yeah. But I mean, impressive that you got there to play them, and you had a chance there in most of the game, like you said.
Oh yeah, it was a game we should have won, but lesson learned hopefully for them moving forward. But I was like I told my grandson, I said, hey, you left an impression on the people you played and the people you played with. Mm-hmm. I mean, he was out there in tears in his eyes, knowing that it was his last game for high school, but he was giving it to him. Yeah. He was giving it to him. So I'm very proud of him.
As you should be, sir. That's a great
absolutely.
Great achievement.
When I saw him rocking those boys, I was like, man, that's what I'm talking about. Straight rocking them.
Man, that's what it's about, dude.
Yep.
Man. I want to get to this Mark Kazak question. Does anyone think that Fields would take a hometown discount?
No.
This isn't his hometown, but I don't know.
Well, I just think that I don't see no quarterback taking a discount. I just don't. I mean, because like I told you guys before, I'm of the belief that no one player should get more than 10% of the salary cap. But the way these salaries are going, I don't see nobody take. I mean, if you take a discount, he rather what 45 million as opposed to 50. I mean, it's like, oh man.
Or by the time he gets to it, the discount will be 50 million.
Yeah, so that's what I don't see it, man. 26? I mean, unfortunately, it to me it's ridiculous, man. I it don't make no sense to me, but that's the way it's going.
And then your running back who gets creamed every play, he gets 6. He gets 6 or 7 million a season. He gets creamed every play. Right. And the other guy makes, $44 million more a season. So
I'm telling you. I mean, I'm real curious to see moving forward how many teams will be winning Super Bowls with their quarterbacks on these outside of their rookie contracts. Because you can't pay nobody else once you start paying these quarterbacks. It's ridiculous.
I know.
That's why everybody tries to get the win in the 4 seasons, because it limits your team so much.
It really
We've got to do this in 4 years or we're done, because we got to start over in 4 years.
Right. That's why there has to be some strong consideration, especially if they fire Flus, right? That feels.
But I don't see Caleb Williams or Mark or May, whatever his name is, being guys that can get you there in 3 years. I mean, and for one, I don't think we have the coaching staff that can help them get there. And that's part of the problem. We don't have the right coaching staff to get these guys there. So, yeah, to me, man, you have to really invest. If I was an owner, I would say, look, we're going to develop a plan to help these rookies out. We're going to give them a connection to where they don't have to worry about trying to find the right housing. We can help them, assist them in that. We're going to give them around that clock coaching, whether it's through videos or whatever we got to do. I'm going to truly invest in this guy to help him be successful, especially if you're building your whole franchise in the hopes that this guy's the guy. I'm going to make sure I can do everything for him to be the guy, because I don't think that's what the Bears are doing for Fields. I really don't. I see what Houston is doing for Stroud, and impressive, truly impressive.
Yeah.
But I don't think other teams are doing that. And if you're going to invest all that money to hope in getting a Super Bowl, that's what you need to do.
I want to ask you this, both of you guys, and you first, Pete. Who give me like two surprise teams this year that you're surprised at where they're at?
Houston is one.
I say two because I know Houston's going to be one.
Yeah, Houston is one, and the other one would be
my other one is the Colts, the Indianapolis Colts.
Especially, yeah, they're there. But I was kind of thinking of Lamar because with the Baltimore Ravens, because people kind of wrote them off last year, and for him to come back this year, it's like without his number one tight end. So I'm like,
they're only missing him for 2 games, but I never wrote them off because Lamar's Lamar, dude. But go ahead, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, so yeah, I would say those two is the first two that come to the top of my head right off.
Mine, and I'm going to ask you the same thing, Dan, but give me a second. Mine is Indianapolis, because when I spent 2 days there, and I was talking to all the Colts fans, and they're like, man, we're going to beat you guys last year. We're going to get 3 wins. This is what all the fans were telling me.
Right.
They're like, this is a year where we're kind of just stuck with what, the issues are at quarterback and everything. And they've been a pleasant surprise to their fans. So
yeah,
those are my two. And Dan, I'm sure you got Houston too for one of them, right?
No, for me, it's actually Miami and the Cowboys.
Really?
I didn't think the Cowboys would be 9-3 right now, and I didn't think Miami would be 8-3. I thought Miami would be. I figured with the concussions that Tua took last year, it would cause an effect on him this year, because they talked about him retiring last year because of the concussions. Yeah. And the epic numbers they put up so far.
Oh, so, yeah.
That's my biggest surprise. I guess second, I didn't expect Dallas to be 9-3 right now, to be honest.
I think Dan Quinn's a good coach, the defense coordinator. So that doesn't necessarily surprise me what Dallas is doing. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, this year is one of the few times that a losing Super Bowl team is performing so well. For the Eagles to be 10-1 after losing the Super Bowl, that's a rarity. There's a lot of them end up missing the playoffs altogether.
Yeah. Do you know that they're 2-point underdogs right now?
Against who?
49ers.
Oh, really? Wow. Where are they playing at?
Who is?
I got to go back and check that, because I heard this I was shocked when I heard this. This was on the score on the way when I was driving over here. But it sounded to me like they said, if you want to get on something, get on the Eagles right now, because I don't know if it's this week or next week, but they got them as a 2-point dog within that
Eagles, man.
In that game, and they said, yeah, but once the games are played, blah blah blah, that could flop to a 2 or 3 point favorite for Philly. So
Eagles,
it was a betting thing on the score.
They're deep.
They're like, man, jump on that if you can, because the line's going to probably change to where they're a 2 or 3 point favorite.
Yeah.
So I need to double check that, but I mean, that was literally on the radio when I was driving from my house to the studio over here.
Yeah, Eagles are very deep, man. And to my knowledge, I don't think Nolan Smith is even playing this year.
Well, but the thing is, they're a plus 64 on points, whereas the 49ers, with a worse record, are like a plus 121. So
Yeah,
that's the reason for the line. But I'm just like, that doesn't mean nothing. They still won all those games, man. They're 10-1.
Yeah, Eagles a handful. Eagles a handful, man. I ain't gonna lie to you, they're a handful. I mean, goodness gracious, they're so deep. Like I said, they're number one. Well, they had Carter in the first round as well as Nolan Smith in the first round.
Yeah.
And Nolan Smith, to my knowledge, I don't think he's even playing. He must be injured or something, but he's in the wings waiting.
I think it's more of a depth issue. They're so talented that they can bring them along slower.
I'm telling you, man, the Eagles is a team. And I didn't think that the coach that they have, I didn't think he was going to be all that good, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
I was, especially now that he lost his two coordinators to this last year, and he's still 10-1.
Yeah,
man, he got Desai looking like a head coaching candidate.
Oh shit! Right?
Nobody's bitching when they win by a field goal at the end of the game.
Man,
right?
Right.
The Bears do it against the Vikings, and the Bears suck. We know, whatever. I'm just saying.
It's true.
When they win those close games, you know why? Because they're a winning team, and they're gonna win those close games most of the time, and the Bears aren't.
Man,
Jalen Carter, that was the best team he could have gone to.
Yeah,
was the Eagles,
absolutely,
bar none.
I wonder what he would have done with the Lions.
That would have been another team possibly too.
Oh, I don't want to wonder about that.
Reason why I'm saying that, because if I'm not mistaken, didn't the Lions take Jack Campbell really early?
Yes.
So instead of taking Jack Campbell, they would have taken Jalen Carter, because Jack Campbell, I don't think has been doing anything so far this year. I don't even think he's starting right now.
Well, wait, when did the Lions have their first round pick?
I thought it was in the like between 6 and 10 or 6 and 8. Between 6 and 8, I thought they had the first one. And then they got the other one.
I have to go back and look at that.
Because the other pick was Gibbs. But that's what I'm saying. Yeah. For them to take Jack Campbell instead of Jalen Carter, I found that kind of surprising, I guess.
Let's see. Who went? What were you just asking?
When did Detroit have their first pick?
Detroit's first pick in the first round.
The 12th pick.
Oh, he was already gone.
Got him.
Yeah.
But they still took him. Everybody even said it. They're like, you could have got him you could have traded back and probably got the guy. But they are a winning team.
Yeah.
And
they said fuck it, and they took. They're the team that would have taken Marvin Harrison Jr. with the first pick, like we were talking about, right?
Yeah.
The Lions, right? By taking Jahmyr Gibbs at 12.
From what I'm talking, because I talked to Steve a lot. You remember Steve that was on the show from Detroit, Steve 313. He is progressing very nicely in that defense. So, maybe it's what they need. They knew they needed to get over the hump defensively. I mean, they still got the issues in the.
Who's progressing nicely in that defense?
Campbell.
He's on the bench.
No, I thought he's been playing. They've been subbing him in a lot lately, from what Steve was talking about.
Because when Steve was on the show, he said that he's coming along.
You're right.
Slowly.
You're right.
Yeah, he's coming along.
Maybe I'm talking about. Maybe it was Gibbs. Maybe I got to go back and look at my.
Now Gibbs is coming along nice.
I talked to him.
Gibbs is coming along nice.
I talked to Steve this morning, because I was letting them know they're doing a show right now at the same time we are, because he wanted to pop on and catch some of Erik Kramer, but he couldn't because they're doing a show at the same time we are.
What a nice guy.
He's super, man. I love Steve.
They asked us about doing the show on Wednesday, December 13th with them, just so you know.
Yeah.
I know that you and I are in Foster, but I don't know if we've talked to you guys about that, Walt and PJ, if you wanted to join us. Wednesday, December 13th.
It was the 13th of December.
And we're on the Lions podcast called the 313 Sports Network.
We was down.
X.
We was down in the dirty.
It was before the next Lions game when we had him at on the rope the previous game.
It's going down in the D.
So and you know what? Because I'm going to forget this, so I'm going to do it while I know we're on the air. But so Steve sent me this, and he goes, "Oh, the guy that does the ESPN Chicago, he said he's cool with coming on your show in a couple of weeks. Naki from ESPN Chicago."
Yes, he is.
Naki.
Yes, he is. The ESPN Chicago. He like writes all the jingles and he does a lot of.
So it's not the guy from the podcast, Pat something. I forgot his name, Pat something. But he's on ESPN.
No,
Chicago.
it's Naki the Beat Man, something Foster. Wow, I feel like an asshole right now. Naki,
I don't know. I'll talk to Steve later because he's. I just gotta, the guy we end up talking. He's just a good guy, man. He's just a good guy, man. Steve.
Pat the designer. Thanks, Raging Oracle. Yeah, Pat the designer. Okay.
That's where so Pat the designer. So I flicked to his show.
Right.
And he says, and we'll discuss the offer that the remember when I told you that the Bears tendered him an offer, the guy in that the Colts just released?
Oh, Leonard? Yeah. Shaquille
Leonard, right.
Yeah.
That's where I saw it, was on Pat the designer. He goes, we'll be right back with this, and this. And the offer that the Bears tendered Shaq Leonard. And I went, what?
Wow. Okay.
Or the waiver pickup. He said they picked him up on waivers. And then I went back to look for it.
Right.
And the show was gone. Couldn't find it.
Because I think he's signing with Dallas, isn't he?
I think so.
Yeah. Now I've seen something on I think it could have been on Facebook. Something like the Panthers are interested in trying to get Belichick. They're going to try to trade or whatever they got to do to get Belichick.
Really? Get out of here. This is the guy we're talking about, Naki the Beatman Moore. Yes. He's a Grammy voting member, record producer, DJ, creative imaging producer at ESPN Chicago. He also does like I think all of their like music and all their beats and everything for ESPN Chicago. Naki the Beatman. So yeah, we'll be on the 313 Sports with them on December 13th on their show. Like, they were so gracious to come here, and he'll be one of the guests on there with us. So what you're saying, Foster, is he would like to come on with us individually and hang out with us. That'd be fun.
To my understanding, yes, Steve. That's what Steve reiterated.
Pretty cool, man.
He's cool with coming on our show in like 2 weeks.
Cool.
So,
well, you're the media relations manager.
I'm gonna forget. That's why I'm telling you now, because I'm gonna forget it. I'm serious.
I think Glenn Morgan was in the chat tonight, so we gotta get him on.
Yeah, I was talking with Glenn last night, and I gave him the information, and we were just talking about some things in life, and I mentioned it to him. So
is he doing better?
I even sent him a DM when I didn't see him in the chat anymore. I just said, dude, hope you're good. I'll talk to you soon. Find a Thursday night that is good for you, that you can come back on the air. So
I hope he's.
I've left it all up to him, because he's got some things going on he needs to take care of.
He said it was under the weather or something. So
yeah.
Our media relations manager. Yes.
We ever hear anything else from Greg Braggs?
No.
Somebody was working on that before.
That was me.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I've been messing with. You saw it, Dan, where I told you guys when he couldn't, because Braggs is always up at 3 a.m. going, it's Packer week. I can't sleep. The Bears just won. I can't sleep. He does it every night. So I said, dude, try betting on tennis. That'll put you to sleep. I just throw in my normal dumb comments, man. So then I guess Shorty got involved in one of them. The last one you were on, I think you were involved in the tennis comment I made. because you were up to it.
Yes, I was laughing my ass off at that. Yes,
like 2 or 3 in the morning, and these guys are on there. I can't sleep. The Bears won, and I'm like,
yeah, I couldn't sleep either.
Go to sleep. Go try betting on tennis or something. That'll put you to sleep.
Raging Oracle, let us know when you want to come on, man. We ain't going to forget about the little people, as you say, because we all part of the chat. So, man, when you let us know when you want to come on, man.
People. We're all just people too, man. That's the one thing I keep reiterating. Look how personable and what kind of guy Erik Kramer is.
Yeah, I mean,
you guys in the chat didn't see this, so he comes on and the first thing he does is starts joking immediately before we even introduced ourselves. The guy was already joking.
Yeah,
because he's just a good person.
Yeah,
and it
was awesome.
That's what most people are just good people trying to get through their days. That's
Raging.
most of this planet.
Raging, you are not little people. You are what makes BCP go round, man.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be doing this. So
it'd be 2 knuckleheads and a cop talking.
All right,
if you want to see that, you could probably walk down half the streets in Chicago and run into that.
I need you to put your hands up there, Foster.
Foster, turn around, put your hands on the vehicle.
Please.
Nope.
No sudden movements.
I haven't. Nobody said that to me in over 15 years, man. I wonder why.
That's good to know. That's good to know. At least it's been 15 years.
Right.
Yeah. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah. Well, yeah. If I lived in Peoria, I'm sure we would have run into each other.
Back away from the vehicle, sir. Just back away from the vehicle. I'm going to need you to put those tools down that's climbing up on my roof. Back away. But hold on. What did Skylark say about the 3 techniques?
Hold on. I want to get this really quick. Cliff says, Kramer was a great interview. Sure, you handled it well. All you guys did. Thank you, Cliff. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cliff, for boosting up Shorty's ego there. He needed that. So
no. Thank you for boosting my ego first, and then their ego second. That's all that matters.
You don't have to boost mine, but quit fucking sucking up and go cook something again, dude.
So he says the 3 techniques is he's nose tackle in the draft.
No, come on. There's people listening to this on audio stream. Read it as you read it.
PJ. 3 techniques / nose tackle in draft. DeMonte Capehart, defensive tackle, Clemson, weight 305 pounds, height 6'5", 4.75, shuttle 4.62. Dwayne Carter, defensive tackle, height 6'5", weight 305, 4.75, shuttle 4.62. My question is, are they better than what Gervon Dexter is? Because I don't know these guys. I don't watch any college football, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, we're like totally college football ignorant people here.
Those guys are
not gonna lie.
Those guys are identical. They're identical in every aspect. Look at the weight, height, 40 times the shuttle time. All the same.
He says Dwayne Carter is 6'3", 305 with 44.95.
No.
No,
DeMonte Capehart,
in another one.
DeMonte Capehart, 305, 6'5". His 40 time is 4.75. Shuttle is 4.62. Dwayne Carter, defensive tackle, Duke, height 6'5", weight 305. His 40 time 4.75 and his shuttle time 4.62. That's why I just said maybe check that again because they're identical. The numbers were identical. There we go. I was right. I didn't think they were the same numbers.
That's what I was trying to tell you, that he said he meant that Dwayne Carter, defensive tackle, Duke, is 6'3", 305, 44.95.
Well, I did the norm, Pete. I cut you off and didn't listen.
Well, we are good at what we're good at.
I'm gonna do the same and say I'm gonna go to Mr. Mayhem right now, saying Kenneth Davis would be a good guest too. I'm just gonna cut the whole conversation off and say that Kenneth Davis is hard to get a hold of. So that's going to take a little bit of finagling that we're working on. So thank you, Mayhem.
I want Raging Oracle as our guest.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. We've always wanted Raging Oracle as our guest. Anyone as our guest. Come on, guys. Get your asses on here with us.
Yes.
Email BearsCountryPodcast BearsCountryPodcast@gmail.com.
That's if you can stand being interrogated by me, though.
Yeah. That's,
Well, you're gonna have
that's
a good.
the whole reason. That's the whole reason he hasn't accepted, Pete.
Well,
Yeah.
you know.
It's gonna be a whole 15 minutes of interrogation, but you'll be fine. You'll get through it, guys.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there won't be no strip searches or anything.
Are you sure?
Flashing back.
Turn around, pull on your pants, and bend over. Spread your cheeks. Just want to make sure there's no bags hanging out.
Yeah, I'm not in the Army no more. No. I never quite understood that one either.
What do you
Turn
think
around.
this is, Cook County Jail?
Right. Bend over, turn around, and cough. I'm like, what?
It's down there on the ticker, guys. Come on, please join us to come on. Email BearsCountryPodcast@gmail. Come on and talk Bears with us, man. You know you want to.
Article saying he's asking you if you promise there's no strip searches, Pete.
There's no cavity searches.
No promises. No promises.
All right. PJ's out of here officially for the first time of the show. It took him a while, but he finally made it happen. Foster.
He's always it's his breakthrough moment.
Raging, we will see. All right, man. Joe
Well,
Trevisan, come on. Shoot an email.
Hopefully, Raging, we will see you on this show.
Mark Kazak has joined us. Mark Kazak's a stud.
Yes. Yeah, he is. He is the man.
Cliff Victoria even joined
I
us.
hope things are
Like
I don't remember
things
Cliff.
are on the up. I'm hoping things are on the up, Mark. I haven't talked to you in a bit, but we'll talk soon, my friend.
Yeah, no, Doug Van Dorn was on here earlier.
No. Did you see what Doug said? He's like he was sick.
Oh, really? Okay.
He said, "I really wish I could watch the show tonight, but I'm not feeling well. I have to go lay down." Yeah, and so
yeah, I didn't see that. I hope you feel better there, Doug. Hope you get a chance to listen and watch this show later.
For sure. Joe Treviso was saying Marvin Harrison and first, absolutely. First pick? The absolute first pick, Joe?
I wouldn't do that, though.
Nope, it says in first. We know that for sure, but I don't.
Dude, that could be the missing component for Justin Fields, though, PJ.
Not if you got Gatsby not running plays for the guy.
Yeah. I mean, because look at this for a minute, Shorty. Check this out. And I don't know if it's Getsy or if it's Fields, but Mooney was pretty good a couple of years ago with Fields. Where's he at now? So is that a Fields problem or is that a Getsy problem? Because I'm wondering, can he devise plays where he can get both DJ involved as well as Mooney involved?
Yep.
That's my question in my head.
Well said. That's why I like to say Getsy equals no Getsy.
Getsy, get out of here. How about that?
Getsy, no Getsy. Getsy equals no Getsy. He no Getsy.
Getsy, get to going.
I'm just wondering if they took Walt's advice and left them in Minnesota.
Yeah. Getsy your ass out of Chicago.
So, yeah, I mean, I just wonder. There's some truth to having continuity, but if I'm being truly honest, I think in order for us to move forward next year, yeah, you probably have to bring back Eberflus to keep certain continuity, but Getsy, bro, you got to go. And I don't like talking on people's jobs like that. But you would have to bring in somebody else who's running a similar scheme, though.
Exactly.
You don't want to learn a whole new scheme. So there was somebody that Pat Designer mentioned. I think it was some coordinator that's in college. I forgot what college it was, but that runs the same similar system, and he actually calls plays. So, but it's somebody that we would have to do, because I can't see bringing. I mean, I think it was Mr. Mayhem earlier. He mentioned the guy from 49ers and then the Baltimore Ravens coordinator. when they had Kaepernick, and then what is his name? The one coordinator. Oh shucks.
I don't
Help
know.
me out, Chad.
From
he-
where?
He was the
Greg
coordinator for the Ravens.
Greg Roman.
Greg Roman. He mentioned Greg
Roman.
Roman as well as. Thank you, Mr. Mahan. Greg Roman, and shucks, I'm really blanking today. Pat Hamilton.
Yeah.
As much as I would want them, because I agree with you, Mr. Mayhem, I think bringing them in, though, you change the whole system, and there's going to be a learning slowdown in order before they can catch up. So if we're trying to really progress this thing, I think you would have to bring in someone already running a similar system that we already have, but is a better play caller than what Getsy is.
You're scaring me, Pete. Why would we finally bring in a offensive guy who actually played calls? Because we haven't done it. I'm just saying. Who got to call the plays? Nagy, Getsy. They never got to call play. I'm joking around though. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, because you see, I mean,
Right.
if we're being honest, Eberflus has done a great job of calling plays. And no way in the world would he ever accept being reduced to a defensive coordinator.
Right.
I mean, it'd be like you and your job, Shorty, talking about something. Oh, you know what, Shorty? We like the job you're doing, but we don't want you to be the team leader no more. We're going to demote you, but we still want you here. You're going to be like, no.
Right.
So, yeah, I don't see him. Yeah, he ain't going to say he wouldn't get reduced like that. So in order to keep that continuity with the defense we got going, and not having to draft all new players to fit a new system that Harbaugh, because I want Harbaugh as well, but Harbaugh comes in, he's going to want his own guys. So you're going to change up everything. So to keep this thing going, you would have to bring in somebody familiar, running a familiar system with what Getsy's doing, and being a better play caller at it.
But is that the system for Justin? Is the question? Shouldn't he be in more of a Roman style offense?
What I heard Cam Newton say was sometimes it's all about how you communicate what you want done.
Yeah.
And if it's not necessarily the play call itself or the plays, it's how you communicating it. Because you can make things really simple to where, not that he's unintelligent, because I think Fields is very intelligent, but it may be you're giving him too much information that he shouldn't have to be worried about right now. It's like, dude, just call the play and let's go from there, because he wants the ball. So he wants the ball. You don't want to have to give him all these check this, check that, and check this, or check this. Forget all that. Just ball, man. So make it simple. Or as they used to say in the Army, KISS. Keep it simple, stupid.
Yep. Nope. That's a big saying from the group that I'm involved with.
You're trying to pull acronyms out of your ass now?
I'm just telling you. Army is big on acronyms. Trust me.
Okay.
Yep.
They're big on those.
That's a big one, and I'm just going to say it. That's a big one in AA because we're complicated people that. Yeah. Well, no, we're simple people who complicate the crap out of stuff. So we have to be reminded, and KISS is a huge one in our organization, because shut up and keep it simple, you stupid fuck. I mean, literally, that's what they'll tell people when they walk in the door.
Wait, is it KISS or KISS?
KISS.
It's not stupid fuck.
But people that know me always threw that in there to start with. So.
But to Skylark's point, he says that I agree, PJ, but you want a head coach, offensive coordinator to adjust to field style of play like JF did in college. I agree, but if you're trying to teach a whole new offensive system to Fields as well as the receivers and the blockers, that's going to take some while to figure that out. So how far would that set us back? And then, because people are already claiming for Fields' job. So you set him back to where he's learning a new system, then they're really going to be like, you know what, time to get rid of him. And they're not going to take into consideration that would be his first year in that system. So that's why I say keep the system, modify it some to Fields, but get a better play caller.
Well, wouldn't that just be kind of like what some of they've been saying in chat tonight. Just fire. I think it was Mayhem. Fire Getsy, and I said who would replace him, and he said Andrew Giannacco. So if you just gave Andrew Giannacco the same playbook and let him try to figure out with Justin what are the best plays for Justin.
You mean for the rest of the year?
Yeah. Wouldn't that be like a solution to just getting us all to shut the fuck up about Nogetsy?
Well, yeah. I mean, that's a solution. I mean,
a lot of people, just a side note, a lot of people say he's never called plays before, but neither is Getsy. So, or I should say Nogetsy. So go ahead, PJ.
I think if you look at Getsy, if I'm going to be completely honest, his scripted plays are pretty good. In our first, that first 15 plays of the game, we are doing really well with those. It's once he get off that script, that's when he started having those issues. And I'm like, so I don't know what Giannacco has, because I know Walt said this previously. You can't do no worse than what Getz is doing. So yeah, I'm starting to lean that way. But to Getsy's point, his first scripted plays are really good. From
now on, we have to all conglomerate and get it in our heads to start calling him Nogetsy.
Nogetsy.
So every time Nogetsy calls a fucking screen, we're like, oh, Nogetsy doesn't get it. Huh? You with me, guys? Huh?
Nogetsy.
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 I owe that all to Lynn Hayden, by the way. That's not my thought.
Well, we knew it wasn't you. Dan hasn't had an original thought since 1997.
Oh, if we can look at Joe Treviso.
Thanks for the credit. It was actually 1994.
Joe Treviso comment. He says, I agree with Aldo. It would be nice to see what Fields could do the rest of the year with a different OC to judge him. Now, when you say a different OC to judge him, so if you're talking about bringing Giannacco or promoting Giannacco to the offensive coordinator, he has no experience, to my knowledge, being an offensive coordinator. So what is he truly judging? I mean, I would rather have a experienced offensive coordinator judge him, but we don't have one on staff. So that's what I mean. So one part of that problem, I can see where you're coming from, but because it's Giannacco who's never called plays, what is he truly judging?
Well, and you're stuck in the same system. So you're still got to work within the parameters of the system, because you're not going to change the system when you got 10 days till game.
Oh no, you can't. You can't change a whole new system. You need a whole off season to do that.
It's just we're stuck with what we're stuck with right here. That's why nobody's gotten fired yet.
Yeah,
we're where we're at. So we want to just see good progression within the system, because we're stuck in the system, man.
So let me ask you guys this question. Each of you. Let me ask each of you guys this question. What do you, if Eberflus stays next year, what do you do for defensive coordinator? Starting with you, Foster. We go to Foster, Walton, and Shorty.
We just discussed this, and it's, I need to find somebody who is familiar with what Flus is running, and maybe to expand on those parameters a little bit within that same defense. So I don't have a name. Matter of fact, somebody even said, bring back Fangio. And I went, that's great, but it's not going to work because we don't have the personnel to run the 3-4. We just spent 2 years switching this defense back over to a 4-3 and obtaining the personnel to run it. So it would have to be somebody who's run this 4-3 or very similar that could expand the parameters of the way Flus is running it. Or if we change the system, they've got to just implement it, and everybody's got to be on on page with whatever the system is by the first game. So
Okay.
you got to replace the system, whatever defensive system you're going to change from, to the new one, and you have to learn it like immediately because you're limited in the amount of time you have to do it. So I would go back to looking for somebody who understands this system and can tweak it and get the best out of it, because it's we've discussed it before. This defense is from 15, 20 years ago, and the NFL is not the same. So there's changes that need to be made there. I mean, they're doing a great job with a bunch of young guys. That's the only benefit.
Yeah.
We've got a bunch of young guys and first year, second year, third year players in this defense that could be taught a new system quick because they haven't been in it forever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's about the best I can. Put me on the spot like that, please.
I'm still waiting. I'm still trying to figure out my answer, waiting for Walt to talk.
No, I mean, if he takes credit, you probably want to keep it within the same, 4-3 setting. But you can find I'm sure you can find plenty of people that still run it. Nor do you have to keep it in there 100%. You can mix up the packages a little bit.
Right.
It's more so finding a mind that can adapt on the fly. And who that is in this moment, I don't know.
Skylark's asking, who would you want right now, guys, for love?
Shorty.
Sure, Dan's avoiding answering the question.
Exactly. Shorty. We're waiting, brother. Then you can read Skylark later, but come on with your answer.
All right, I've got my answer for you. I've got it. Who do I want as my defensive coordinator next year?
If Eberflus is staying, who do you want as your defense coordinator?
Oh, if Eberflus.
Hey, Dan, you could just answer Eberflus.
I was going to say Eberflus. That was my answer.
Liar.
My answer was Eberflus. Like, let's say he gets fired, right? There's no way it's happening, but I would rather him come back to be the defensive coordinator next year. He's doing a good job with what he has.
Hey, this is not Alice in Wonderland, man. Come on, man. Come on.
Okay, so who do I? So Flus is fired.
Flus is staying.
Flus is staying.
Who do you want as your defensive coordinator?
Definitely not Lovie Smith. I see a lot of that in chat. No. Please listen, guys.
Hey. It's who you want, Shorty.
But I'm just trying to quell the chat right now. Lovie.
No, you're trolling.
I'm trying to beat around the bush, Pete, because I don't have an answer.
I'm coming to it while I talk. Guys, Lovie is not the answer. He's old. He's crusty. He's gray. He's where he's been since the Bears. My defensive coordinator for next year is I have no fucking idea. I mean, who runs a 4-3? He told himself. Who runs a 4-3? I mean,
I'm going to give you my answer.
Give me a good 4-3 defensive coordinator
give you my
you can plug in next year.
My answer is this. Hire a experienced offensive coordinator to run the system that we have on offense. Eberflus then don't have to worry about the offense as much and can concentrate on his defense and kind of be the head coach, but in charge of the defense, and let the offensive guy be in charge of the offense. Kind of like what Mike McDaniel was doing in Miami in reverse.
Right. Where like Nagy did with the Bears, where he was running the offense and had
so he'd be doing it in the reverse. So I would keep him with the way he's doing things.
That's kind of where I was going in my mindset, and I was thinking even if he got fired, I would try to bring him back.
Yeah, PJ,
but I didn't want to say that because that doesn't seem logical to expect the head coach to run the defense again next year, does it?
Man, you just made that up, man. Stop playing.
Well, we see a lot of it with offensive coordinators, right? Head coaches that were offensive coordinators, they're running the offense, but how many defensive coordinators turned head coaches do we see that run the defense in the NFL?
Well, it was Belichick 1 year, I think. Belichick did it 1 year.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I can give you that.
So
Ron Rivera. That's my answer. Thank you, Raging. Thank you. Ron Rivera.
I'm just a big Ron Rivera fan, man.
So much. Please fire Ron Rivera, please.
I wanted him for the damn coach, but he was already in Washington. I'm serious.
Yes, thank you, Raging, for pulling an answer out of the hat for my ass.
Do you think that Ron Rivera
did he have to
love of the game?
The beads first or what? I'm just calling myself for that one, dude.
I wonder, does he still have the love for the game though?
Rivera?
Yeah, because when I see him on the sideline, he looked like he's just there.
Oh, but could you imagine him coming back to Chicago?
I think he does. He is just so unhappy with what's going on in Washington. This is nowhere near what he wanted.
I will say this, as far as Ron Rivera, he's appealing to me because maybe Chase Young will want to come back and play with him. And he can have Chase Young and Sweat again. But
it all comes back to Chase Young, man.
I'm just saying, I just wonder though whether or not he has that love. And that's what, because I really like what Eberflus is doing with our defense. I mean, he is really making a difference. Our defense is balling out right now. I mean, that last game, they really balled out. So I'm really impressed with that. And I want to keep that momentum going. And I'm worried bringing in somebody else is that going to mess that up? And then if that new guy will be pounding the table talking about, well, I need this and I need that. And see, that's what I'm most worried about, losing that type of that stance where the new guy always wants his guy.
Mm-hmm.
And just so Cliff knows, this is if Eberflus is staying as head coach, who would be the defensive coordinator, not the head coach.
Well, if Ron Rivera gets
got a bad record, but he's always put together good defensive teams.
If Rivera gets fired after this season for whatever reason, and Flus is the head coach next year, yes, please bring in Ron Rivera as the defensive coordinator. If there's no chance at Harbaugh and he gets fired, I would still even be highly considering Ron Rivera as the head coach, because yes, somebody said in here that what did they say?
You're smoking.
Rivera doesn't have a good record. Cliff said,
"Yeah."
Rivera took the Panthers with a similar quarterback to the Super Bowl, dude.
Are we going to say this, or let me just say this: is Rivera not John Fox 2.0?
Yes.
I mean, and I mean this honestly, because John Fox was good in Carolina. He was decent in Denver. He got here and he was like, look, I'm just looking for a paycheck. Would Rivera on his third team feel the same way? That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm wondering. That's why I posed the question: does he still have that love?
In what position? Defensive coordinator or head coach?
Either position. That's what I'm saying. I'm really wondering where his love is right now.
If you had a chance to go back to the Bears as that's his love, right? And Rivera,
maybe.
I would think that'd be his love. That's a team that drafted him, or
he maybe have a bad taste in his mouth the way he got, or he wouldn't fire
because of management, right? Yeah, that was one of my questions for Erik Kramer tonight that we didn't get to, was about management and ownership, and how do you think it? What was your experience with it, and how does it pertain to it? Like, you think today, because that's a good question to bring up. If trying to bring back someone like a Lovey or a Ron Rivera, I mean, who wanted to get rid of Ron Rivera was Lovey. So would the bad taste be in his mouth, or would the good taste still be in his mouth because he knew it wasn't management and his love is the Bears?
But can I ask you this question about Rivera and Lovey real quick? If I remember correctly, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong, which I'm sure you will, Rivera was
wrong. You are wrong.
Rivera was out of contract. Lovey just didn't bring him back because he didn't bring him back because he's ready to be a head coach. So why am I going to try to hire him only to turn around and lose him again?
Who?
Because Rivera was on a contract with the Bears. It ended while he was with Lovey. When it ended, he went to San Diego to be their coordinator. Lovey didn't hire him back. He didn't fire him. He just didn't rehire him because he was afraid that he was going to leave anyway for a head coaching job.
I need these facts checked.
It's possible. I
thought it was fired.
No, he wasn't fired.
The scuttlebutt is he didn't renew his contract or resign him to a contract because
He didn't renew it.
That he was going to take his job. That's the scuttlebutt. I don't know.
Oh, okay. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I just know he didn't
reiterated, many times over because Rivera was close to beat, like Pete says, he was going to be in line at some point soon, very soon. For a head coaching job. And I'd also like to tell Bearski Films, Paulie, because he's saying put Rivera in the old folks' home. So are you going to put me and Peach there too? Because we're not far behind him in age, you bastard. And I'm joking around.
Oh, definitely.
Easy.
I thought PJ was. PJ has the old folks' home background. You don't. PJ's got. He's got.
Hey, Peach, I'll pick you up on the way to Florida when we go beat the crap out of this guy.
Man, I'm trying to tell you. I don't know. Man.
I'll let you handle him first because I'm a little decrepit, and then after you beat him, I get to.
It ain't gonna be nothing left when I get done with him. I'm trying to tell you. Hey,
Walt.
Where's my pistol?
What's going on, man? Did you go finish that game because we're battling too much, or?
I'm just saying, where's my pistol? I ain't shot nobody.
Shot nobody.
What pistol?
Where's my pistol at?
Is it a revolver?
You on a roll.
I hope the shells stay in the machine. They don't get ejected, so they can't find you.
It's a Derringer.
PJ, check this out now. He's trying to So Bearski says, listen, Ron has accomplished a ton. So have you both guys. But at some point, though, well, this ain't the fucking point. We ain't reached that year yet.
Hey, how can we pull somebody from the chat? That's all I want to know.
it's
just like time out.
Dan, it takes many years to become a good host on your own show, and you ain't reached that year yet.
But you know what though?
I'm not saying that's not true, Foster. I'm just
I'm
trying over here.
Look at this.
You're awesome. You're awesome. That's why
remember this. Remember this with John Fox. When John Fox came,
Foster,
he brought in Gase with him, Adam Gase. And the thing we feared was Gase was going to be here 1 year and gone. And what happened? Gase was here 1 year and he left. So that's what I'm saying. That's what Lubby didn't want to happen by retaining or bringing back Rivera. Said, "Hey, I want to give you another contract," because he knew he was about to get a head coaching job. Well, everybody knew it.
Sorry ass excuse.
Yeah.
Huh?
That's a sorry ass excuse.
If I'm not mistaken, isn't that when he hired the my man?
No, not your man. His buddy.
Yeah.
The defensive line coach.
The linebackers coach.
I thought he hired the guy who's retired now.
Well, no, after Rivera, he hired his buddy, the linebackers coach.
It wasn't what's the guy's name? Dang, I'm having a senior moment tonight.
You are, my friend. You're causing your moment is so senior. It's giving me a senior moment.
I'm trying to tell you, the guy 0-16 Lions.
Oh, come on. What's his name?
Marinelli.
Bob Babbage.
Marinelli.
No, it was Bob Babbage.
Oh, he hired Bob Babbage. Okay.
Thank you, Bearski.
Jeez. Thanks, Paulie.
Take somebody in there to help us out here. Where are you at, Walt?
Maybe you're
right. Here listening to you guys.
maybe Paulie's right, Paige. But he did cover because he did happen to say, listen, guys, Pete Carroll is something else. So he did cover us a little bit. Because Pete Carroll's what, 70?
Yeah.
So, thanks, Paulie, even though you may be right.
Yeah. So I mean,
by the way, PJ and I can't remember anything. You might be right. We might be ready.
Man.
You don't even know what I'm talking about.
Well,
I'm just sitting there trying to find the burn in that Pete Carroll thing.
There's not. It was He brought us back. He brought us back from going to the old folks' home.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Because
Okay.
Pete Carroll's like 70 and he's still doing it. So he gave us a little hope, me and PJ, instead of putting us out in the pasture and shooting us.
Because you're 770.
Ooh, man.
And PJ is just going on 500.
Easy.
PJ is much younger than you, buddy.
He's just going on 500. It's not like a big deal or anything.
Also about to turn 27 next week. And
where's my knife?
Now he's looking for his knife.
Where's my knife?
Where's my machete?
It's really good. He can't find his gun. He can't find his knife.
That's called seniority, my friend.
Videos, man.
I'm just saying, man. I mean,
our people do that to you, my buddy.
The disrespect is heavy tonight. I'm just trying to figure out what my knife.
What happens when cops go senile live? Here's my gun. I had a knife.
Think I could use this? I'm just saying. Can I use this to cut somebody?
Cops go senile.
This is terrible. This is terrible, but I'm going to say it anyways. PJ went to commit suicide, but his electric razor wouldn't turn on.
Wow.
True story. Somebody actually tried to do suicide like that before. I kid you not. I got the call. I just looked at him. I'm like,
dude, we got to do a show. PJ's Tales of Past Cop.
I can't tell you the stories, but oh my gosh. I looked at that call. I was like, huh? Because his mom called.
Man.
My son trying to commit suicide. So I get there. Like, how's he trying to do it? Show me electric razor. I'm like,
he was going to shave himself to death. Boy, I just really feel terrible because we went from one side to the other on this with the issues.
I was like,
considering the subject earlier from the show, that's kind of ironic.
Yeah, I was like, So that's all I'm gonna say about that one, because I want to go into too much detail about my
I caught him in the tub with an electric razor trying to shave his wrists. Oh my goodness.
I was like, okay.
Yeah, it's getting dark in here. Raging's right. It's getting dark in here.
It is.
Well, cut on the lights.
It's we love to laugh on the show. I know that much.
Got one of them working, so
you guys are just hilarious.
I'm half in the dark tonight.
Saying Ron Rivera is not the answer, and I think essentially you're right.
He's not. He's not.
Unless they kept Flus and he got fired, and bring him back as a defensive coordinator, maybe.
He's not the answer to anything.
All right. Well, that's.
Where's my rolling pin?
Rolling pin.
Now he's gonna go bake something.
No, I'm gonna go beat Dan over the head. He talking about unless Flus get fired and bring him back as a defensive coordinator.
No, I mean unless Flus gets retained. Sorry.
No, you're really like beating at the death. Talking about.
I said it wrong. Unless Flus gets retained.
Mm-hmm.
If you want a defensive coordinator so that he doesn't have to defensive coordinate next year, then I think Rivera, if he got fired, would be a good call.
You think they can coexist? I don't know if they have any connections at all.
I don't think they can.
The 4-3.
Not every 4-3 is the same, bro.
The 4-3, Montez Sweat and sign Chase Young.
Well, that's why you pose such a difficult question. Who's going to run his 4-3?
But my first thought is, like I told you, is him doing it himself,
right?
Or is the guy as a senior analyst or senior advisor?
Phil Snow?
Yeah, would he do it?
No, he's like 75 years old himself.
I'm just saying. I mean, that's why I posed the question, because
he's so old he could be like your youngest son, PJ.
What are you saying? He could be like one of my grandchildren?
Where's my arrow at? I know I had my arrow around here somewhere. Hold on.
That's the same. That's the same one he used in the 1830s.
Oh, Foster, I know you didn't.
Where did I put my
I
cleaver?
did. I had to. You set me up, dude. You
Man.
set me up. When you're talking bow and arrow, you set me up, dude.
You know, I got a cannon in my driveway.
Where's my cannon at?
A cannon. I could have said 1630s, but I was nice.
Oh man. How about your Cliff saying? How about your bazooka? Where's my bazooka at? Cliff's asking the money question of the night tonight. Another big question is: does Flus get fired?
Nope.
I think that's
probably not. I think we've been over that.
Yeah, that's kind of the point.
Yeah.
That's kind of been the entire conversation.
The way this defense is playing, nope.
I don't think so.
I'm
kind of getting worried that he doesn't.
Yeah, at this rate, even if we don't win another game, as long as the defense is still playing well, he's not going nowhere. They'll make him get a new offensive coordinator, but he ain't going nowhere.
I think you're right.
Man, I'm telling you, it's like.
Yeah, he's done enough to save his job at least.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, if you really look at it from a management standpoint, I got a top 5 defense right now, and I'm going to get rid of the guy who's calling that defense. Yeah, he's a head coach, but he's calling that defense. I'm not getting rid of that because now all I got to really do is concentrate on fixing one side of the ball, as opposed to bringing in a whole new system for 2.
Right. That's my fear. Yes. They're not looking at unless they're looking at the analytics of the teams that they've beaten with that defense, that haven't been they've been shitty teams, or at the time they've been shitty teams when they beat them. Unless they're taking all that into account and throwing it out the window and just going, hey, this defense got better and we won twice as many games as last year, considering he wins 2 more games, that would be doubling his output from last year. Yep. So I don't know. I don't know. It's hard for me to say that they would, if the defense keeps progressing and they keep beating mediocre teams with great stats.
Did you notice how you did all the talking, and as soon as you were done, Dan went, "Yeah, that's my theory." since you told us Dan's theory, do you have one of your own, Pete? I'm just wondering. No, I wanted to bring this up because Paulie's making a lot of good points here in the chat, and we haven't gotten to him, and I get it. So I asked everybody this. So why can't the next guy have a top 5 defense? It's not amazing play calling. It's the talent on the field. Well, I think it's a combination of young, rising, improving talent and play calling. You got to know the system, whether you're young or old. You've got to know the system to be able to use it to its effectiveness. So,
but it's also the guys who that Flus, had proposed to bring in. That's the thing. Flus wanted these guys, so he bringing the guys now. He's showing the fruits of his labor. So now, new guy, it's inevitable they're going to want their own guys. So what are we going to do with the guys we're having the contract and just drafted? We're going to try to trade them, get rid of them, all these things. And it's like, because I can see it now, the guy doesn't have success immediately. Well, I don't have my guys. I need my guys in here. And here we go all over again.
I'm just so afraid of just continuing the pattern that we've established for 15 fucking seasons.
Rinse, wash, repeat.
Yes.
Yeah. It's, and Peach, how long have, realistically, our lifetimes, how long have we seen this? Because it's been most of our entire lives.
Well, your lifetime is a lot longer than mine, so I'm not going to go there. But me,
you already said that Butkus and Sayers were your favorite. And look at
he didn't. He said was his favorite.
They had 2 of the best players in the NFL, and they didn't build any talent around them, and that's George Ellis' fault. It is.
Right.
So I just don't want to keep seeing this. I'm getting tired. I'm going to die before they do anything again.
But see, that's what I was telling you guys. I mean, I have a I have a faith in Poles that he's on the right track. We just got to give him time to get there because he said it's going to, it's not going to be no quick rebuild. So
right.
So what I see out of Eberflus in this defense, we're on the right track. Getsy, no. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I'm sorry, Getsy. Sorry about your job, bro, but no.
Thanks for voicing my opinion, PJ. Now, what's yours? What do you got to say, Walt? Because you're looking there going, these fucking guys.
Well, I mean, like I said, I'm of the opinion right now, Flus is kind of safe.
Yep.
I don't see them moving away.
Yep.
The defense has been playing too good. There's too much of a turnaround from what it was
Exactly.
prior to Flus taking over to be like, hey, you're still doing something right.
Exactly.
You're showing me that you can adapt, which is what I've been asking for from every coach.
Yep.
Show me something that gets me excited to see you here. I don't care if you lose the game if you play your heart out.
And you're making progress.
Yeah. It's all about progress.
What is it, Pete? Adapt and overcome?
Man, that's it. But that's more like the Marines, man.
Oh, well,
I'm not a Marine.
Yeah, I got a lot of Mariners in the family too. Mariners and Army.
Yeah. So yeah, I just to reemphasize, I think Eberflus will get replaced. Hopefully so. The biggest question for Eberflus will become, who will he hire to replace him?
Yeah.
Do you bring in a whole new system, which is going to set your offense back? Or do you bring somebody in who's familiar with who runs a similar system, but is more experienced at it? That to me is the $1 million question.
That's the one it's the talk of the town, man.
Because that's what Lovey had a problem with. Remember, Lovey had a problem finding the right offensive coordinator. Flus may fall into that same problem.
Never did.
Exactly. So I don't know, man. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I mean, jeez. I don't know who to get.
Hold on a second, because I'm over here burning the house down.
All you gotta do is chop up the wood paneling back there, man. That's how you can keep your house warm. You don't have to burn down the whole house. Cliff Victoria says, I had a friend who was a Marine. He was so different when he got out, for better or worse. Well, it does change you. I mean, a lot of times, depending on when a guy goes, if you go in as a 18-year-old, you're in those formative years. So it will change you. So that's what it's meant to be. It's meant to teach you how to be independent and be a man, actually. Or an adult, I should say, I guess, for the women to join. There was a joke in there that I didn't want to
this
jump
1976 carpet just went.
Dang.
It's made to start fires for some reason, man.
I remember those 70 carpets too. They were bad.
Dude, it's orange and yellow.
That's bad.
I'm stuck in a time warp.
To answer Mr. Mayhem, he says maybe Jim Caldwell should be the next Bears OC. Different system. And I don't see them. I mean, again, I wouldn't go with a different system just for the learning curve.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
No, I try to keep it the same. Bearski, but at the same time, who do you want to give the credit to for the Carolina win? I mean, he does deserve some of it. I don't think he was taking all of it in a sense.
He was so over the top, like giddy, like a little schoolgirl after that Panthers
Happy.
win, and then like the last win against the Vikings, he was totally stoic, totally different guy. It was very weird. Did you see Flus with his arm around the ref at the game? Like, what's up, buddy?
Oh yeah. After the referee said something, then he went to the like line judge and hugged him and said something to him. Yeah.
But what you're saying here, Bearsky, is that's a different matter entirely. We're just talking about this one incident.
Which one? What did I miss?
Well, we're talking about the Carolina and then pointing the finger at the players. I mean, I don't agree with him pointing the finger at the players, you know. He have to take some accountability for himself. Two-way street, though. I mean, he can't, if he has to take accountability for that, he can take accountability for the wins, too.
Play the video I emailed. Did you email us a video again? Let's see here. Where are we at here?
I mean, that's just how it works, man. The guy at the top is going to get the credit. It works that way throughout life in any setting. You know, sometimes the big boss takes the credit and you just have to, you know, eat it. Unfortunately, it is what it is.
Now, to Cliff's point, Cliff says Carolina just fired their best offensive coaches. If I'm not mistaken, the general manager fired the head coach, named Chris Tabor as the interim head coach. Chris Tabor then fires Deuce Staley and Cade McNown. So I'm thinking that Tabor must have had some type of personal issue with Deuce Staley and Cade McNown, because you would think him being a special teams coach, he would keep those guys being the offensive coaches. But he was the one who fired them after he became the head coach, interim head coach.
Wait, what'd you say? I'm trying to download.
He very well could have had some sort of issue. I mean, that whole team seems to be a dumpster fire.
Right.
You know.
What I said was the GM fired Frank Wright, and named Tabor to be the head coach, interim head coach. Once he got the head coach spot, he then fired Cade McNown and Deuce Staley, who was the running back coach, I believe. So I'm saying that was more, I think, was some type of personal issue between them or something, because why would you fire your offensive coaches after losing your head coach, who was the offensive coordinator anyway? So,
right.
Yeah, but you never know. I mean, maybe Chris Tabor can do what Antonio Pierce did for the Raiders, inspire them to win a couple of games. I hope not. I hope not, but you never know.
Hold on, I'm loading up this video. It's gonna play really quick before I have to mute it. Hold on.
It was a good call by the whoever this coordinator was. That would be me.
Oops. All right, let me restart this. This is the video from Hold on. Let me start it over. Here we go.
It was a good call by the whoever this coordinator was. That would be me.
Did you hear that? Let me just replay that really quickly. Let me just replay it.
It's a good call by the whoever this coordinator was. That would be me.
You stood up there all year and pointed a finger at the players on the execution. In the beginning of the year, I was with that. I was saying, yes, the players need to execute better. It seems like this guy is happier about having a good week of practice than the result of a game. And then to sit there and credit yourself like that. I mean, to whoever that coordinator was, by the way, that would be me. You got to be kidding me. When my jaw dropped, like, dude, you need to go. If you think that any of these players are going to play as hard as they did for you this last week after that coaching collapse at the end of that game, you're not going to get that kind of performance again all season from them. You're just not.
Well done, Bearsky.
Man, that was good, Bearsky. That was good. That was funny.
That was well done. I
Yeah,
mean,
according to Greg Gabriel, to Cliff's victorious point, Deuce Staley is supposed to be a great coach per Greg Gabriel. Seeing as though we fired our running backs coach during the year, why not bring in Deuce Staley?
Mm-hmm.
And
or Josh McCown. I've said this before, right?
Well, yeah, you did. But I would prefer Pep Hamilton as my quarterback coach. I know he's probably looking for an offensive coordinator job or higher. But if we're trying to run the same system, I know he doesn't run this system that we have. But I think he's a good quarterback coach. I mean, he's done it with Luck. He's done it with Davis Mills when he was a rookie. He's done it with what's the guy out there in San Diego, if I'm not mistaken, his first year. He was there with him, Herbert. So I think he's a good quarterback coach. Jay Cutler may not think so, but I think so.
Wait, what?
I think he had problems with Jay Cutler when he was here.
Oh, you think so? No, they were like really good friends, from what I remember.
I think Jay Cutler said some disparaging words about him.
Really? Because I thought they were good friends.
I don't know about that.
Fuck Jay Cutler anyway.
Smoking Jay.
I'd take Josh McCown over Jay Cutler any day as a coach.
You want to have Josh McCown's baby, don't you? Tell the truth.
I have been ovulating.
Perfect comeback. Perfect comeback.
Drop the mic. Thank you, my friend.
Kitty, where are you?
Bearsky saying, all right, guys, almost midnight. Good night. Talk to you next time. Thanks for joining us, Bearsky. We have to wrap this up.
Paul.
Anyways, it's going on 4 hours.
Yeah, it was a good show, though.
You guys are what keeps us going, though, in chat here. Skylark, Bearsky, Mayhem, Cliff. You guys are awesome. I mean, hanging out with us to the end. We love you guys, man. Seriously.
Hey, we appreciate you guys. You guys are what to make the show. And more of you guys in the chat, you guys need to come on and be our guests, man, for real.
Yeah, we have to have Bearsky back on again. Bearsky and I had a huge misunderstanding, and we both laughed about it. And I'd love to have him back on the show. I know you guys would too. Vil, we have to have Vil back on the show.
Yeah.
Guys. Glenn Morgan.
Got to get Cliff Victoria. I know he still ain't working at Panay, is he? Or what is
it's going to take him the next 30 years.
Well, now he's getting another house to put a Lene in, so he's got like another 6 months of excuses.
Come on, Cliff.
Cliff. Come on, Cliff.
You're
natural. I've seen all your shows. Saw all the shows that you did with Shorty before. Why won't you come on? Is it like me, PJ, and Walt? Is there a problem with us?
Yeah. He doesn't like you guys.
I'm with Shorty.
That's what it is.
Oh.
That's what it is. Okay.
It, yep.
Yeah. Talking about some sometime. No, it ain't no sometime. It's now. Bring your butt in here now.
I can just picture him saying it right now. I am busy. I will come on sometime when it's just me and Shorty because I don't like PJ and Walt Foster.
You guys want to talk about my meatloaf?
It's a load of malarkey. Cliff, I still want the picture of me, you, and McCaskey, dude. Never got it. Nobody sent me it. I don't have it.
Let me do it right now, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
It's the research and cleaning my office up. What research? Talk about research on how to clean your office.
Talk about having to vacuum his lawn. Jeez. Always got an excuse.
I just deleted that picture. Yeah. So I had a picture of a lady vacuuming the lawn.
I still
got the picture. I still got the picture. It was 8:30 in the morning, 9 o'clock in the morning. My buddy's driving down the street and he looks over and there's a dude vacuuming the lawn, but it was hornets. But it's still, I kept it. I just kept it because it's going to remind me of Cliff till I drop that. Joe Treviso stopped in.
Yeah, he did.
Skylark.
Yeah,
Cliff says he can't make.
Cliff Victoria.
Yeah, Cliff saying we can make mistakes. He can't.
Yeah.
What, is he not human?
Okay.
You're not human, Cliff? I mean, what's up, man?
Yeah, he's definitely something.
He's not.
He's subhuman.
What was you and Shorty doing in that hotel room there?
I was passed out. I don't know. Whatever he did to me, I wasn't involved.
Curtis, my man, stopped in here tonight.
Curtis, oh, great to see you in here in chat tonight, Curtis. All right, I'm sending you that picture right now, buddy.
Lynn Morgan, Aldo Gandia. I really want to thank Erik Kramer for coming on tonight. That was
yes, Eric.
That first hour was awesome.
If you make it to rewatching this show, Eric, all the way to the end, I want to thank you for coming on. I'm sure we probably lost you a long time ago with some of our jokes, but if you stayed, I just want to say thank you for coming on our show tonight.
You guys are true BC peers for hanging out with us this long. You guys know who you are. Cliff, Mayhem, Mo Bierman, Mark Kazak, yep.
Unapologetic Truth.
DVD would have been here. Skylark. DVD would have been here if he wasn't sick tonight. Love all you guys, man. You guys are what makes this go around. Seriously. We do this for you guys, man.
Yep.
Seriously. If we were doing this for one person, we might still do it, but 0 people, no, we wouldn't.
Is Cliff saying he's getting a foot massage right now?
Probably while he's waiting for his meatloaf.
He's waiting for his meatloaf to cook. He's getting the pre-lawn vacuuming foot massage. Because those feet got to be nimble to go out there and vacuum at midnight.
Old twinkle toes.
Got to make sure they're in shape.
We love you too, Cliff. We love you too, man. Keep going.
Skylark 99, you got to come on too, brother.
Raging Oracle hanging out with us tonight. Joe Treviso,
Linda Foster, Vernon in the chat.
Aldo Gandia hanging out with us tonight. The Podfather himself, watching his proteges go to work. Thank you, Aldo.
I wouldn't go as far as
Brian
proteges.
Brian Gilmore.
Brian Gilmore, Brian Reberg. Seriously, love all you guys, man.
Mr. Mayhem, me and you on the same page a lot, man. I appreciate you, man. Because I like your Greg Roman and Pep Hamilton take. So
I do like the Greg Roman is a good choice. I like that as a choice for sure. He's done good things with the Ravens offense, and why aren't we plucking coaches from the Ravens and the Steelers? By the way, those are perennial playoff teams. They're perennially
because they do not have firehouse offenses. That's why.
King Buka World, thanks for joining us tonight.
I still want their head coach.
I'll take their head
coach. 13-20.
How bad do you
want him? Just get a room, will you? Just get a room.
How bad do you want him, Buster?
I'm just saying, get a room. Just get a room.
Shit. Get some condoms.
Not that bad.
Did y'all see that thing with Shannon Sharp where he said he was talking about he was on a date and the woman asked him, I wonder what goes with lobster. He said, condoms.
God.
I said, no, he didn't. No, he didn't. Because if you order that lobster.
Wait, isn't that crab?
I feel, oh man, that was pretty good.
A little VD on the side, some crabs.
Oh, man.
Hey, want to thank Swifty and Robbie for stopping in tonight. Swifty and Robbie and
lads for hanging out with us. Thanks for joining us, lads. And of course, King Buka, like I said. Love all you guys. Iceberg Slim was hanging out with us again.
Yeah, he was.
Iceberg
Slim looks like Slim. He looks like Snoop Dogg, doesn't he?
No.
No?
No.
If that's him, I got It's funny because I got a buddy, and his name we always call him Slim, and he looks kind of like Iceberg, except he would always wear this brim and walk around with an umbrella. But I mean, that's almost, if you take off the bottom of the beard, that's my buddy Slim. So, and I know it's not him. Slim's a lot older, but
he kind of reminds me of
it's very similar.
Do you guys know Nipsey Russell, who passed away?
No. Oh,
Nipsey Russell.
That was my Viagra joke. That was really Nipsey Russell. I went to the doctor to get a Viagra pill. Now I'm standing here with a loaded gun and
not
no one
the
to
old
kill.
Nipsey Russell, not the old guy, the guy who was shot in California about 5 years ago, something like that. That's what I'm talking about. That's who Iceberg Slim looks like.
Oh,
if you can look him up. His name is Nipsey Russell.
All I'm finding is the actor.
Nipsey Russell, the comedian?
No,
yeah.
No, he was the.
Yeah, he's a comedian.
He was like a rapper. He was a rapper / activist. There's a Nipsey Russell and Nipsey Hussle.
I'm not familiar, Pete.
Nipsey Hussle.
Russell was one of the greatest rhymers of the 70s and 80s. He was hilarious.
I remember who he was. Look up Nipsey.
I got it.
Nipsey Hussle. Yeah.
I got it. Hold on.
Nipsey Hussle. I've heard that. I've heard the name.
Yeah. See, that's who Iceberg Slim reminds me of.
I can see that, I guess. He looks more like Snoop Dogg to me, though. Let's go, Snoop Dogg.
For shizzle dizzle.
Oop, wrong one.
Chizzle dizzle.
Let's go to images. Hold
on. Chizzle dizzle, my nizzle.
Could you hear that?
I had a picture of my buddy. Yeah.
Let's see. Where's a good picture?
Little gin and juice, baby. Little gin and juice.
Oh, look at you now.
Trying to find a good picture that.
Yeah, Skylar.
That's kind of like Iceberg. Either way, it's a compliment. Either way. Appreciate you, Iceberg Slim, for hanging out with us, man.
Skylar 99 said he looks like Scottie Pippen with a beard.
I guess, yeah, kind of.
I can see that.
No, Cliff.
Very familiar face.
I think Snoop was doing something else. He wasn't smoking weed no more. He's doing something else.
Oh, yeah,
what it was.
Right.
Yeah, some type of skit.
New breed hopping in.
Steve.
What's up, Steve?
What's up? Coming in at 12:01. Look at you.
They were doing a show. They were live doing on the air.
Dude, thanks for joining us, man. I
never got over there, Steve.
No, Mayhem, that was a joke. It was a ploy. He said that he quit smoking and it had something to do with like food or something. It was a total
barbecuing.
Yeah, it was like a clickbait thing. Yeah.
Okay.
He did not quit smoking. Hell
he didn't quit smoking weed, man.
No, he didn't.
Go look it up because he starts off really serious and then transitions right away. So it's a good promo because it sucked everybody in, man.
Yeah.
It sucked everybody in. Snoop Dogg quit smoking weed. What? Oh, okay. That makes sense.
New Breed saying, Steve saying, no, we didn't have a show tonight. We had to cancel it to a different day.
Oh, man.
And where you been, buddy?
Why aren't you hanging out with these, you Lions fan?
Right.
Seriously, we're going to be joining him on December 13th, on Wednesday, December 13th.
Wiki, what?
Nice.
Can't wait to join you on your show for that Lions Bears preview, Steve. That'll be fun.
I just want to say that Shorty, Cliff Victoria said Shorty had a hard on in that room. I'm not asking too many questions.
The whole point of the picture was that it wasn't a hard on. It was just my natural bliss.
He just had to get that in there. You know what I'm saying? He just had to get that in there.
Well, the story goes that Curtis was saying that he was so impressed with it, he had to take a picture. Oh man. Hopefully that wasn't. It was. If it was a.
Hey,
You're
Steve.
gone. Oh wait, I'm
Steve
back.
says that he was at a basketball game, though.
It was a good call by
Yeah,
the
I read
whoever
that.
this coordinator was. That would be me.
Pulled in the
I
wrong.
just thought he was on I thought he had a show he was doing. That's all.
Y'all are hilarious.
I put a promo. I put something on there like, dude, I'm here too freaking early. Where are you guys at? Or something. I don't remember what I said.
No, you are awesome, Steve. Seriously, it's nice to have fellow podcasters from different teams that we can all have fun together and hang out and have a good time. And you are definitely the model of that. So thank you. We can't wait to come on your show.
Agreed.
And join you on your podcast. It'll be a lot of fun.
You're a class act, Steve. You're a class
And
act.
if your ears were ringing while you were at the game, it was because we were saying good things about you earlier in the show, dude.
True.
Foster wasn't. Foster wasn't.
No, Foster wasn't. All of us, Walt and PJ and I were.
Everybody but me, Steve.
Yeah.
Now I'm texting him and I'm telling on all you guys.
Oh, King Pookie Nation's hopping in.
Oh, you guys are full of shit. Don't listen to
always
me.
get him and King Booker World mixed up.
Well, King Pookie is all he's all fired up and pissed off about Ryan Poles and his coaching staff. He thinks the whole thing just needs to get thrown into this, just launched into the sun, right?
He wants Poles and everybody gone. Everybody.
So who does he want instead?
We should ask him.
Hey, King Pookie Nation. Yeah, King Pookie Nation. What is your solution for the Bears? If you want everybody gone, what is your solution? That's the question for you. What is your solution?
I had a feeling if you were at a game, it was the G League game, Steve. Absolutely. For anybody that missed the first 45, 50 minutes of the show, go back and watch it because Erik Kramer he's the real deal, guys.
I mean, even you, new breed, Steve. Like, he's Erik Kramer started off with the Lions. In fact, I asked him a question. I said, "Do you consider yourself a bear or a lion?" And he said both, which is kind of cool because I would have said the same thing if I was him. The Lions gave him his real first start, and the Bears gave him his big contract. And yeah, it was a great interview with Erik, and we certainly hope he will come back on. And if he does, we cannot wait until he does come back.
Ish, Shorty did a real good interview with him, I must admit.
That's a first too. Another first for BPC.
Wow, thank you.
Absolutely, though, Dan. Really, absolutely, Dan. You did.
Thank you, man.
Here's your answer, PJ, from King Pookie and Nation.
Why are you guys stuck in 85?
That ain't an answer. I want to know what is his solution?
No, King Pookie, I'm more stuck in 2006 than I am 85. The 85 team, yeah, they're fun to talk about. We all love them, but I wish we could all just move on from the 85 team, dude. Seriously. That's why I want Harbaugh so bad. You bring in Harbaugh, he wins a couple of championships. All of a sudden, Ditka is going to be, retiring, from life at sometime soon. It would be nice if Harbaugh was the head coach and he takes the reins from him while that happens, and then boom, everyone's talking about Harbaugh for the next 30 years instead of Ditka. Because
you lost me at retiring from life.
I was trying to be nice. It just got away from me.
Hey, Pookie, what about Ryan Poles? What I want you to do, Pookie, is I want you to go back and write down every guy that Ryan Poles has brought to this team, and then grade them A, B, C, D, F. Because I think you're not seeing what he's done for this team in a year and a half. And it's just my opinion, dude. It doesn't mean I'm right, but go back and look, because I hear you keep saying Poles stinks, and all you've given me is Claypool, Ogunjobi, and who else?
You can't fault him for Ogunjobi, though. You cannot fault.
No, I can't.
No,
But I'm just saying this. It's not even just Spooky Nation. This is stuff that was coming up today, this morning on Twitter and YouTube.
I'm not talking about you, Foster.
Ryan Poles.
I'm not talking about you, Foster. I'm talking about
I know.
Pookie Nation.
I know, but I brought it up because this is what keeps Peach. This is what keeps coming up. This was up this morning. They were talking about everything he does stinks. He brought us Claypool. That sucked. He never got. He messed up that deal with Okunjobi. There's one other thing they kept saying. I can't remember what it was. Oh, Velus Jones is terrible draft pick. And I said, but you're only giving me those three things. I want you to go over every guy that he brought here and grade him, because you're going to find in the long run when it weighs out that what he did is way greater than what he didn't, or what he made.
Agreed. I agree with that.
So
because I think
that's all.
Even with Velus, I'm not saying that Velus. I mean, Velus was a 3rd round pick,
right?
So come on. I mean, geez.
You still don't. He's on the roster. We still don't really. Okay, we know what we've seen, but what if there's more to him in the next 5 weeks that we? And I'm just saying, I don't know.
I've seen him a couple of times in training camp making some nice catches. So I can't say he's a bust in being a 3rd rounder. I just can't. I mean, is he great?
It doesn't look good, Peach. It doesn't look good, but it ain't over.
I mean, like I said, it ain't great, but it ain't no bust by no means.
Right. And I, here, you can't hit 100% on every guy you bring in. It's impossible. Nobody's ever done it, and nobody will, unless AI comes in and does all the. Oh wait, Walt jumped up when I said that.
I was muted the whole time.
Who do you want then, King Pookie? He says, I want to move forward. Who do you want?
Right.
What is your plan, King Pookie?
Break it down for us.
Get your butt on the show, King Pookie.
Yeah, there you go. Come on, Pookie. Come on. Send us an email. We'll set it up. You come on and you tell us, because I'd be interested to hear it. And it's no pressure, no nothing, man. We just hang out and talk like we're talking to. Just like when I come on, whenever I pop in by you and we bullshit on your show. So
you see the banner down there, King Pookie. Email and we'll get you on the show. We want to hear your thoughts. It doesn't make sense to us.
If you just replace polls and before you even did anything else, you've already moved us backwards 2 or 3 years. Agreed?
Mm-hmm.
Agreed.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, 4 of us say that. Do you all? We dump polls right now.
I mean, is
Wouldn't that be a setback?
To the point where I need to fire him?
Right.
There you go. That's it.
Like Skylark saying that the whole coaching staff are rookies. Another reason why they can't fire Eberflus. I wouldn't say and Getsy, but who can replace them from the staff? Yes, in season, correct. There's nobody to replace them.
See, the problem is with in-season moves, like 9 times out of 10, those guys don't end up as the head coach or whatever position they were given the interim to next year anyway. So who cares?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's just a stand-in for the rest of the games that are played.
Where's Jeff Saturday right now?
Yeah.
Right.
I meant to bring him up, but I keep forgetting to bring him up because that was amazing. But just have Jeff Saturday coach the rest of the year because it doesn't fucking matter who's coaching.
Yeah.
So did y'all see where Greg Olson said he wants to be a coach?
I did not see that.
Yeah, Greg Olson said he wants to be a coach.
Yeah. Well,
I think he would be very good at it. His demeanor is it's different.
I'm curious to see whether or not that rumor about Carolina wanting Belichick takes flight or not. That's kind of interesting to me. I wonder, can he really rebuild a team at 71? Can he really rebuild?
Can who?
Belichick. There's a rumor that the Carolina owner wants him as his next head coach.
Hey, Pete, do you remember when Bud Grant retired?
Yeah.
DJ?
Mm-hmm.
And you remember, I forgot who they brought in, but they brought the guy in for 2 years, and he kind of messed that team up. And they brought Bud Grant back, and he immediately turned the team around in the first season back. And this is after his retirement at he was like 70 years old. So
yeah, he was a military guy. Bud
Yep.
Grant's a military guy. He enforced that strict discipline.
That team, look at they were just so solid for 15 fucking years. It used to piss me off because it didn't matter who was even playing. They always would win. Well,
I remember that Fran Tarkenton.
He's out. We're gonna bring the kid in, Tommy Kramer, because Fran Tarkenton's down this week. And I'm like, oh, we got a chance. Kramer back to pass, touchdown.
Man.
What the fuck was that? Like nothing happened. It used to piss me off.
I'm telling you. Yeah. Bud Grant was a good coach.
He literally came out of retirement because this guy ruined the team.
He was a good, he was
his
a good
first year
coach.
back, I think they had a winning season and might have made the playoffs that year. They made the playoffs every year. That's another reason I hate it.
The
Vikings
Super Bowls.
were the Packers of the late 60s and 70s into the early 80s because they were always in the damn playoffs, man. They were always losing to Roger Staubach or the Cowboys. That seemed to be like yearly, man. It was always the Vikings and the Cowboys in the NFC, and then you had the Steelers and the Raiders in the AFC. Denver would pop their head in there, but that was about it, man.
I think they lost in the Super Bowl. Did they lose in the Super Bowl to the Chiefs and the Steelers?
The Vikings,
I think they made 2 Super Bowls.
They lost 4 Super Bowls. They were in 4 of them, and they lost all of them.
Oh wow, 4 of them.
They did lose they lost to I think the Colts, the Chiefs, the Raiders.
Okay.
I'm missing one, but they were in 4 Super Bowls, man.
And Bud Grant was the coach of all those 4 Super Bowls, right?
Every time. Yeah. The problem was back then they didn't have the money to buy some of the talent that the Cowboys or the Steelers or the Raiders had. They were like one of the lowest cost teams in the NFL, but they were there in the playoffs every damn year from like 68 to 78. I think they made the playoffs every year. So
yeah, Vikings was good.
Coaching, because it was all about coaching, man. He put that unit together and they stayed together. Some of those guys were there 20 years, man. Alan Page. Who's the guy that intercepted the pass and ran it the wrong way?
Jim Marshall.
Scored a touchdown for the other team unknowingly.
Jim Marshall
turned around on the interception. He's running Jim Marshall's running the wrong way. And he gets in and he goes like this.
How did you know where I'm going?
No.
Yeah. Carl Eller. Carl Eller, he was a defensive tackle too with Alan Page. Alan Page finished his career with us.
Man. The people purple eaters. Man, it was a brutal defense, dude. Those front four might have been the best because they were together. I think they played together literally for 13 or 14 seasons. The same guys, game in, game out. You'll never see that again. I don't think.
Purple people eaters.
So we should cut it because now I'm exhausted.
We definitely have to cut this. This is over 4 hours. So
holy crap!
Yeah.
I want to say a huge thank you to everyone in chat right now, and a huge thank you to Erik Kramer for joining us tonight. That was incredible, and we hope to have him back on again because we have only like 20,000 more questions for him. So hopefully we can balance those out over the course of a few shows. That'd be wonderful. But he was a great guest.
Yes, he was. And
if anyone hasn't, missed the first quarter of the show, like this book, pick it up and read it yourself. It is amazing. The Ultimate Comeback by Erik Kramer, available on Amazon. Leave a review. I read the whole thing. It's an amazing read. It's a very easy read too. I don't read books. It's only like my 6th book I've ever read. So
they even have pretty pictures.
It's got a lot of pictures too. Yeah. And it's a great story. So check it out. Guys,
where can you get it again real quick?
You can get it on Amazon. The Ultimate Comeback, Erik, it's just called The Ultimate Comeback. The link, Foster.
Yeah.
The description of this show, the link to Amazon is up there to buy it. So for anyone who would like to purchase that book, the link to Amazon to purchase that is in the description of this show. Please go check it out.
Absolutely, everybody's encouraged to, because it's. I mean, I only got to read the first 4 pages, man, because they had it on. Somebody had it on a link. The first 4 pages of the book, and I was like, I got to get it.
Seriously,
$16 on Amazon.
It drew me in, and I was just sucked into it, just reading it. I finished it last night. It was like 2:30 in the morning. I was like, damn, I want to start another book now. I was like wired up, and I laid in bed for like an hour just thinking about, till like about 3 o'clock in the morning, thinking about today and the interview with him and our show with him, and it was just a great book. So check it out for yourselves.
Do you ever read to? Do you ever read to read?
Write that stuff down, and I'll contact you, Pookie. And I want you to write that stuff down, and I'll contact you, and then we'll make it. We'll make some of the stuff you're asking and saying part of the show.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Pete.
Shorty, do
hey,
you
Dylan, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Thanks for popping in, dude. Dylan Prescott stopped by.
What's up, Dylan? Thanks for joining us, man. What was your question, PJ?
I said, do you have a read that you have to read? Or do you have to only do it once a show?
BetUS. Might as well mention it.
Yeah, BetUS.
I'm sorry.
I was just about to do that. But I'm trying to figure out what you were saying. Yes, I do read for the show, but I guess it would be the equivalent of a book.
What I asked was, do you have to read it more than once per show? Because I know you read it at the beginning, so I was asking, do you have to read it again?
You're talking about the BetUS?
Yes.
Yeah.
Only for the benefit of the show.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying. I mean, that's why I was trying to get you to go.
I was just about to. Thank you very much.
Oh, well, sorry for stealing your thunder.
You damn well should be.
Hey, Pete, it's a good thing that you're here to give us his thoughts.
You know what I'm saying? Luckily, I didn't see you fight lightning.
Well, can you pull that comment so I can actually plug this?
I put it up there.
All right, so let me. I have the thing read here. Okay, so ready? So BetUS. Go check out BetUS, every sports bettor's favorite sports book. They have a bunch of great perks and exceptional service. Use the link in the description to get 125% sign-up bonus. Place your sports with BetUS. Use that link down there, guys. That'll help the channel, and you'll get some special perks. You'll get that 125% bonus. So you put in $50, you get 75 in additional cash from them. You put in 100, you get 125, so on and so forth. If you like to bet, which I don't, but if you do, check it out.
And then you know what they do, Dan? Because I've been using BetUS for about 10 years. They send you a book every year, and it's got every game with stats and statistics on that you can bet throughout the year. It's about this thick. You get it every January. Serious.
Wow, really?
Yes.
Oh. Well, see, look. So Foster is our media relations manager. So it'd be fair enough that you would have all that information. Go to BetUS, guys. Get a 125% bonus with the link below. Sign up now if you like to bet, like Foster does. Appreciate you guys.
And for those of you who bet responsibly.
And if you have any gambling problems, please call 1-800 Gambling Anonymous. You pointing to Walt. Walt's the. You have a gambling problem, Walter? Walter.
Yes.
Do you have a gambling problem?
No, I have an idiot problem.
He's surrounded by them.
One more question from Pookie here. Hey, Dan, do you like getting made fun of from your friends for being a Bears fan? No, because all my friends are Bears fans, Pookie. We're all in the same boat together.
Pookie's not a Bears fan?
Yeah.
He's a Bears fan.
Oh, okay.
He's a Bears fan.
He's just giving a shit for being Bears fans.
No, he's just voicing his opinion, man. He's a nice guy. I met him at the bar.
Oh, I'm not doubting that. I mean, him just asking that question made me wonder whether or not he was a Bears fan. I mean, that sounds like something a non-Bears fan would say.
The thing he put up on there that I had on there was he said, "Hey, Foster, I found a Bears fan who doesn't even know who Ryan Poles is." And that kind of shocked me. that he was able to find a real Bears fan that didn't know who Ryan Poles was. And I'm like, can't really be a Bears fan if he doesn't know who Ryan Poles is. But yeah. I digress.
You'd be like a newly converted Bears fan from like San Diego or something. Damn, who's Ryan Poles?
I was 20 in 85, Pookie. I was already married with 3 jobs and a kid.
I was 10.
Actually, I was actually divorced. I got divorced prior to that. So I was 20 years old and divorced.
Looks like King Pookie needs a therapy session. Why don't you should come out with us some show and we'll do another Bears therapy with you, buddy.
I was 205 in 1985.
Yep. PJ was 186.
Where's my flamethrower at?
Flamethrower at night.
Jeez.
I was 10 in 1985. Actually, well, no, I was 9. I turned 10 on Christmas of 1985. So, but
shut the fuck up, man.
Let's wrap this shit up. Love all you guys in chat, man. You guys are awesome. You guys are what makes BCP go around. Tell your friends, subscribe, set your notifications, tweet our show out to people if you use Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it. We love you guys. You guys are what makes us do this. So thank you so much. And you guys want to end this on a 1, 2, 3 Bears?
Sure.
All right.
1, 2, 3, bye.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Bye.
Bears.
Bears.
Bears.